Hello, begin. Come back to today's another tutorial. So in this session, I'm created for is creating tables like a pro. So in this session, we will give the essential skill of creating tables in the PostgreSQL and understanding data types, constants, and everything you need to build a solid foundation. So let's get started. So first of all, is the creating tables is a fundamental step in the database design. So let's start understanding the basic syntax and components of creating a table in PostgreSQL. Okay, so now I'm just create for the create table in the SQL shell. So now I'm just open, and here I'm just type for. So first of all, type is the create table. Okay, create table. So my table name is the employees. Okay, employees, and create the parenthesis and just press the enter. So here just type for is the first name, and it's create for the worker. Okay, and then size insert for the 255. Okay, and now again type for the last name. Okay, and is the worker, and then the size input for the 255. Okay, so now I'm again type for the age. Okay, so age is the integer type. Okay, so now just press for the enter and the closing for the parentheses. Okay, so here in this example is just to use for the create table statement to create a table name for the employees, and we define for the columns such as the first name, the last name, and the age. Okay, so it's with the respective data types in use for the. So here now I'm just press for the enter, and okay, so just press for the enter, and when execute for above statement, and an empty table named for the employee and will be created, and the SQL shell of application will return for the output is the create table. Okay, so now in this first step is completed. So now I'm just show for the display table. So you can display for the empty table. So you just create it with from another SQL statement. Okay, so now first of all I'm creating for the select. Okay, and also type for the star. So now just type for is from, and my table name is the employees. Okay, employees, and press. So and create the semicolon and press for the enter. So perfectly show for the table is the first name, last name, and age. Okay, so in this SQL shell application from my computer, a person above might look like this, the perfectly show for the output. Okay, so in this next station I'll learn how to insert data into the table, and also more how to retrieve data from a table. Okay, so in this session is already completed is the simple topic for create a table. So you can choose for the another table created for the same process follow and create for the another table. Okay, so and there you have it, a quick guide creating table in the PostgreSQL. So we covered for the basic syntax and exploring for is the data types, and also use the perfectly display show for the table. Okay, so I hope you are enjoying this session. So thank you for watching, and happy coding with the PostgreSQL database. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back to this another tutorial. So in this session, create a folder that will coming for the PostgreSQL for the data magic for the data insertion. Okay, so we will dive into the art of the inserting data into the PostgreSQL table and exploring various methods and best practice. So let's make our database come elite. Okay, so let's get started. So for inserting data is the heartbeat of any database. So let's start by understanding the basic syntax and methods of inserting data into the PostgreSQL table. Okay, so in this session, code insert created for the PostgreSQL tool. So now you here use the SQL shell. Okay. So a step for the pgAdmin for inside, and then code created for the PostgreSQL inside. Okay. So previous set a tutorial created for the table. So now I'm used for in the table and show for the output. Okay. So first of all, I'm created for the data insertion. Okay. Okay. I'm going for here, and first of all, I'm just a type for the insert into. Okay. Insert into, and the type for my table name is created for the employee. Okay. And I'll first create the parenthesis inside, create the false name, and also create for the last name, and create for the age. Okay, is my table columns name, and then going for the next line, and here I'm type for the values. So first of all, I'm creating a single quotation inside the name for, suppose is it Johan, and create for the name is Doe, and create for the age is 30. Okay, so now close for the semicolon. Okay, so here in this example, I'm used for the insert into statement to insert data into the employee table. So we specify the columns we are inserting data into the first name, last name, and age, and provide for corresponding values. Okay, so now at this table, I just select okay, and press for the run or execute button. Okay, so here is inserting for the table is start is the only inserted into employee, the first name, last name, and the age. Okay, so just remove and show for the output. So here, so now I'm just press for the end, refresh this now, and first of all, type is the select, and type for store, and also type is from, and table name is employee. Okay, so then semicolon, so and just select this code and just run and execute it. So here's the pen for the table is the first name, last name. Okay, it's declaring verifying. So here I'm use the first name, last name. Okay, so here is perfectly create again for the insert into employee table, and just refresh. So for the insert is the one tab, is one data created. Okay, so now I'm just open for the query new tools. Okay, and here I'm just type for the select again, and then type for is stored, and type for is from, and my table name is employee. Okay, and paste and type for the semicolon. Okay, so now select this code and execute it. So it show for the output is Johan Jew, and age is 30. Okay, so this is the output. So you can create for the inserting the multiple row. So now essentially often comes with bulk data insertion. So let's explore how to insert multiple row in a single SQL statement. Okay, so now I'm going for my table. Okay, so here scroll, so just open, and again. Okay, so here falsely insert from the values is Johan 0 and age is 30. Okay, so here I'm also inserted for the name. So this I can create it. So just here is the values. So suppose I'm just copy this code, okay, and paste for the next line, and here I'm just paste for the comma and paste for the output, okay. So is for the 3 rows uses, so I'm just change for this name. So first of all, I'm just name inserted for the Bob, okay, and then last name, the suppose here last name is the Johnson, okay, Johnson, and age used for the age is the 35, okay, and again type for here, and support change for the name is the Avg, and last name uses for the last name is for the is Mary, okay, or use not see the Williams. So now create the Williams, and at the age I'm used for the age is 28. So now this inserted for the multiple row, okay. So now just save, and I'm select for in this code, okay. So it's just select and going for execute, okay. So first of all, here in this example, extend our data and insert to multiple row, and each of the values with the values causes corresponding, okay. So now select and just press for execute. So perfectly insert for is a 3 row, okay. So I'm going for in this the Postgre and just type create for the right set button and press and open for the query tools, okay. So here is opening, starting, and so I'm just type falsely is the select and type for store, and also type is from, and the table name is employee, okay, and press for the enter, and now just select this code and just run a button execute it, okay. So here is perfectly sure for the output is Johan and Bob and Avg, okay. So this is the output. So here is the new row to Avg inserted into the employee table, okay. So in this session is already completed. So and there you have it, a quickly guide to mastering data insertion in PostgreSQL. So we are covered for basic inserting multiple rows, okay. So your database are now ready to receive a lot of valuable information, okay. So I hope you enjoyed this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding. Hello, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session, I'm creating for the PostgreSQL selection for the select operations. So we are unravel the power of the select statement in the PostgreSQL. So the command that allow us to the freeze and manipulate data from our database. Okay, so from basic selection to more advanced query. So let's dive into the world of the select. So let's get started. So the select statement is the heart of the querying data in the PostgreSQL. So let's understand about the understanding for the basic syntax and use case of the selecting data from the tables, okay. So first of all, I'm going for here and select from the table. So I'm just take it. So I'm just select and then execute it. So it's opening perfectly for the output, okay. So here I'm used for the select statement to retrieve for all column from the employee table. It's a sample you would pull from the with a phrase the data from the table, okay. So now I'm going for the next step and create for the selecting specific columns, okay. So sometimes we only need this specific information. Let's explore how to select for a specific from the tables. Okay, so now in this station, select statement are now created. Okay, so in this select statement, firstly I'm going for the specific column selected. Okay, so I'm going for in this the next create tools, and here I'm just created. First create is the select. Okay, and then create for the employee is the employee underscore ID, and also create for the first underscore name. Okay, and again create for the last underscore name. Okay, and now create for the from, and the table is the employees. Okay, so last one create the semicolon. Okay, so now just select in this code and then execute it. See, here is perfectly sure for the output is a first the employee ID, first name, last name. Okay, so in this example I'm using for the select statement to retrieve for only the employee ID and first name and last name columns from the employee table. Okay, so this allows us to focus on the data we are interested in. Okay, so next step I'm creating for the full filtering data with the where cause. Okay, so in this session for the where cause is a powerful tool for filtering data based on specific conditions. So let's explore how to use it for more targeted selection. Okay, so I'm going for here inside, and first of all type is a select. Okay, so in this code, so now remove and then create for the is a star, and going for the next line, and here first of all type is the where, and also a type for the department. Okay, it's a department and then equal, so department name insert for the HR, and now use for the and operator, and simply create is the salary range for the 60,000. Okay, and last one create the semicolon. Okay, so here in this example I'm using for the where cause to filter data from the employee table. Okay, so now just select and then execute it. So here is perfectly in this state for the department creating. Okay, so the department for the role is the HR and the salary is okay. So here I'm created for in this statement. So now I'm going for the dot. Okay, again then just select and execute it. So here the same as output is printed. Okay, so now I'm going for the next step and just going for here and then sorting data with the order by cross. Okay, so the order will allow us to sort it the result. Let's explore how to use for the beta data presentation. Okay, so now I'll just take for again in this. Okay, so I'm select in this, again select and show for the result for the 60,000 salary range, show for in the screen output. So now select and then execute it. So in this just refresh this one and just going for in this here is success and here is the output. Okay, so the perfectly show for the output is the HR department is a create for the 60,000. Okay, so in this the first table I'm declare for the 60,000 salary, and next one in this code inside created for the success, and this is the output. Okay, so this line show create for the output. So now I'm creating for the sorted data. Okay, so I'm going for here in coding side and just type for, so in this for code and now remove. So first of all I'm type in is the order by, and the type for the last underscore name for ASC, and then create comma and also type for the first name, first underscore name, and then is the ASC, and last one create the semicolon. Okay, so here I'm just use for the order by class to sort the data for the result state from the employee table. So it sort the last name is ascending order, and then by the false name is the ascending order. Okay, so now just select this code and just execute it. So here it's perfectly successfully run for in this the ascending order is inserted. Okay, so this one I'm created for the limiting result with the limit clause. Okay, so sometimes we only need a specific number of row. Let's explore how to use for the limit clause for the result state limitations. Okay, so now I'm going for in this code inside, and I'm type for the limit. Okay, so here employee and then type is a limit, and use for the 10. Okay, and then a semicolon. So it's a simple code, only use for the limit clause and to restrict the result state from the employees table to only the 10 rows. Okay, so it's only 6 rows created, so I'm to take it again. So it's okay, so it's only successfully run, and here is state for the 6th row inserted. Okay, so it's a handy way to manage for the large data set. Okay, so in this session I'm created is a quick guide to mastering for the select operations in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so now I'm cover the basic selection and selecting a specific column and filtering data with the word cause and sorting with the order by and limiting result with the limit clause uses. Okay, so I hope you're understanding and enjoying in this session. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to another session. So in this session I'm created for the PostgreSQL is the alternation for the add column operation. So now we will further explore how to add a new column to an existing table in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so either you are modifying for your schema or adapting to changing data needs. So this operation is key. Okay, so let's in and master for the add column operation. So let's get it started. So first of all, in this the add column operation is a powerful tool when it comes to modifying the structure of your database. Okay, so let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use case of adding a new column to an existing table in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so first of all, I'm going for in this the place admin for inside and just add for column operations. Okay, so here I'm create for the add column operations. So first of all, I'm just remove in this code. Okay, so here first of all type is the alter and type for is the table, and the table name is the employee. Okay, employee. Okay, is a typing mistake. Okay, it's the employee, and next line add column use. So now first of all type is add, and then type is the column. Okay, so this add column. So suppose add column name is department add. Okay, so the department and the type for the worker is a worker for size the 50. Okay, and then create for the semicolon. So in this example, just use for the alter table statement to add a new column named for the department of type the worker 50 to the existing for the employee table. Okay, so this is the basic syntax for adding a column. So now just select this code and going for the execute. Okay, so perfectly query return for the successful in this code. Okay, so next line going for and adding a column with a default value. Okay, so sometimes want to be a new columns to have a default value. So let's explore how to add a column with a default value using the add column operations. Okay, so now going for here, and previous example, I'm just alter table and add column created, and now I'm creating for the default value. Okay, so alter table is the same as then just insert for the add column inside. So here I'm just use a for, so in this department I'm just remove. Okay, so in this remove department, and now I'm type for the is underscore active. So in this we add a new column name is the active of a type for the boolean to the employee table. Okay, so here I just type for the boolean. Okay, so now this code removed, and now type for is the boolean. Okay, it's a boolean and the table. So here I'm just type for the default. Okay, row. Okay, the default, and okay, so it's created. So here I'm just falsely discuss. So in this column, I'm just create a new column name for the is active of the type of the boolean to the employee table, and we set a default value of the 2 for this column. So any existing for the table to the value is at the unless the update explicitly. Okay, so now just select this code. Okay, so now going here. So first of all, I'm just select this code. Okay, I'm just going for the execute or the refresh. So here is the query for the alter table is the perfectly created for the default value. So the query reader is successfully. Okay, so in this session is already completed. So now I'm going for the next step, and here I'm adding a column with the not null constant. Okay, so to enforce the data intricate, we may want to the new column to be not null. So let's explore how to add a column with the not null constant. Okay, so here I'm going for in this code inside and create it for the not null constant. Okay, so in this enter table for the same as, so I'm just going for here. Okay, so this remove. So first of all, type is the new table name is the email. Okay, and it's the worker you saw. I'm just here, and I'm just running for this. So first of all, type is the worker, and the size insert input for the size is the 100, and this is the not null. Okay, not null. So here I'm just add a new column named for the email of the type of the worker and to the employee table. So you also apply for the not null constant. So ensuring that every row must have a valid email value. Okay, so now I'm just select this code and just going for the executed. So here in this email of the relations employee, the content the not null value. Okay, so I'm just here in this remove. Okay, and take for the my table. So first of all, type for is the select, and type for the star, then type for is the from, and my table name is the employee. Okay, employee and semicolon. So now just select this code and just execute it. Did so it perfectly inserted. So in this I implied the first name last name is the salary is the previous table, and in the session I'm inserted the department, and also insert for the inactive So it's the boolean. Okay, so perfectly show for this the output. Okay. Okay, so here in this station is completed. So and there we have it. So you quickly guide to add column operation in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so here completely covered for the adding a basic column, a setting for the default values, and applying for the constant. Okay, and using for this operation. So now your table is ready to the involved with your changing needs. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session and create for the PostgreSQL the database operations. Okay, so thank you for watching, for happy modifying your code, and see you in the next session. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello review, come back to today's another session. So in this session is the most interesting topic created for the PostgreSQL is the data evolution for the update of versions. Okay, so in this session I'm completely explore for the update statement in PostgreSQL and empowering you to modify and enhance your data. Okay, so from simple update to complex for the transformations. Okay, so let's dive into the world of data evolution. So let's get started. So in this, basically for the update statement is a powerful tool when it comes to modifying for your existing data in your database. Okay, so let's start by understanding and basic syntax and use a case of updating data in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so previous session I'm create for the add column. Okay, so in this session I'm just update for this column. So first of all I'm create here the basic update operations. Okay, so now I'm just going for in this code inside and just type for here. So first of all I'm type is the update. Okay, update, and type for my table name is the employee, and create. So it's not semicolon. So I'm just going for next line and I'm set for the salary. Okay, so now I'm using for the set type for the salary, and is equal again type for the salary. Okay, and type for the last plus sign, and update for the salary is the 5,000. Okay, so I'm going for in this station. So here I'm just type for the where is department is equal. So I'm just department name for the IT. Okay, and then create for the semicolon. Okay, so here in this example I'm use the update statement to increase the salary of the employee in the IT department by 4,000. Okay, so the set clause defines the columns to be updated and new value, and the where clause specify the condition for the update. Okay, so now I'm just select this code and just going for the execute. Okay, so here I can type, so the query is that return successfully. Okay, so I'm just open for the new post query. Okay, so here, and then okay, so it's one open. So now first of all select, okay, and the type for the start and also type is from. So my table name is the employee. Okay, and then create the semicolon. So now just select this code and just execute. So here perfectly, so this the department is updated. Okay, so I'm not going for again in this code inside. Okay, so this one, so here I'm only use for the where clause specific for the condition for the update. Okay, so Now I'm going for the next station and just updating for the multiple columns. Okay, so next station I'm just type and update for the multiple columns. So sometimes we need to update the multiple columns in a simultaneously. So explore how to do that efficiently. Okay, so I'm going for in this update employee table. So here, if just update for the multiple columns. So previous example, I'm just create for the update employees set salary and where is the department ID. Okay, so now I'm going for here. And first of all, I'm forced either set is the employee is the salary. So now I'm just use here is the northeastern. Okay, I'm used for the multiplication sign, and now I'm used for the 1.1. Okay, 0.1. And going for the next line, and here I'm just add for the bonus. Okay, bonus is equal, just type for the bonus, and here is for the plus sign, and is the 2000. Okay, and then going for in the station and just type the where is the, suppose I'm just type for the experience here. Okay, experience and underscore type for the years. Okay, years, and create for the greater than for 5. Okay, so here in this example, I'm just update for the both salaries and the bonus column in the employee table. Okay, so now says cost is a cost allow for the modifying multiple columns in a single update statement based on specified condition in where cost. Okay, so I'm just select this code and just going for here and execute this one. So here in this the bonus the in syntax is the character. Okay, is another fact. So okay, so now I'm just take for the updating for the multiple columns again. So now just going for in the PostgreSQL and open for the query tools. Okay, so here I'm just take it for this one. So first of all, I'm type is the select and also type for the star and type is the form, and my table name is the employee. Okay, and press the semicolon. So here I'm just select for this code and just execute. Okay, so perfectly show for the output. So here it inserted the seller is the department for IT, and the expense here is the 5, and I'm added for in this the software and the marketing and the other department name. Okay, so in this multiple columns is added. So and I'm going for next step and just I'm type for, so I'm open for. Okay, so I'm just going for enter my code inside, and now updating for just trying for the updating with the subqueries. Okay, so for more advanced updates, so you can use for the subqueries to drive values and dynamically. So let's explore how to update data using the subqueries. Okay, so first of all, I'm going for my table inside. Okay, so I'm just update for the table name and then going for the set inside, and here I'm add for the new data. Okay, so I'm just remove for this code. So first of all, I'm going for the set, and here I'm type is the manager is the double. Okay, so is the manager. So just remove is the manager, and the type is the underscore k manager underscore id, and now is equal and kit for the parenthesis. So in this parenthesis insert first of all create for the code. So in this session, first of all, type for the select, okay? The select or type the manager ID, okay? Manager underscore ID, okay? And also type for the from, okay? So from, and name is the managers, is the table's name, okay? Managers, and now is the type for the where, okay? Where, and is the department, okay? Department, and is equal, so just type for the single condition inside, type the department is the IT, okay? So I'm going for the next line and just type for the limit is 1, okay? And then going for is where is the department, so I'm again type for the department, okay? Is the department, and also type for the equal, so just remove, type is equal, and here I'm type the single quotation inside, type for the development, okay? Okay, development. So now this code completely created, okay? So here in this station, just use subquery state course to dynamically retrieve the manager ID from the manager's table based on the IT department. So this allows us to update for the manager ID from the employees in the development department, okay? Just type 4 in this. So is before is create for the table is the table name is the manager, and then I show for the in this the update in this code and perfectly working, okay? So I'm just typing and then discuss for in this the subqueries, okay? So next tutorial perfectly created for the new table for the manager, okay? So I hope you enjoy in this session. So in this session, I'm create for a quick guide to mastering for the update experience in the PostgreSQL. So we covered for the basic updating multiple columns. So using the subqueries and even updating data with the joins. So your data are now ready to invalid and add up, okay? So I hope you enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to another session. So in this session, I'm creating for the PostgreSQL is the alternation for the add column operation. So now we will further explore how to add a new column to an existing table in the PostgreSQL, okay? So either you are modifying for your schema or adapting to changing data needs. So this operation is key, okay? So let's in and master for the add column operation. So let's get it started. So first of all, in this, the add column operation is a powerful tool when it comes to modifying the structure of your database, okay? So let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use case of adding a new column to an existing table in the PostgreSQL, okay? So first of all, I'm going for in this, the place admin for inside and just add for column operations, okay? So here I'm create for the add column operation. So first of all, I'm just remove in this code, okay? So here first of all, type is the alter and type for is the table, and the table name is the employee, okay? Employee, okay? Is a typing mistake? Okay, it's the employee, and next line add column use so now first of all type is add, and then type is the column, okay? So this add column. So suppose add column name is department add. Okay. So the department and the type for the worker is a worker for size the 50. Okay. And then create for the semicolon. So in this example, just use for the alter table statement to add a new column named for the department of type the worker 50 to the existing for the employee table. Okay, so this is the basic syntax for adding a column. So now just select this code and going for the execute. Okay, so perfectly query return for the successful in this code. Okay, so next line, going for and adding a column with a default value. Okay, so sometimes you want to be a new columns to have a default value. So let's explore how to add a column with a default value using the add column operations. Okay, so now going for here. And previous example, just alter table and add column created, and now I'm creating for the default value. Okay, so alter table is the same as then just insert for the add column inside. So here I'm just use a for, so in this department just remove. Okay. So in this remove department, and type for the is underscore active. So in this we add a new column name is the active of a type for the boolean to the employee table. Okay, so here I just type for the boolean. Okay, so now this code removed, and now type for is the boolean. Okay, it's a boolean and the table. So here I'm just type for the default. Okay, row. Okay, the default and okay, so it's created. So here I'm just falsely discuss. So in this column, I'm just create a new column name for the is active of the type of the boolean to the employee table, and we set a default value of the 2 for this column. So any existing for the table to the value is at the unless the update explicitly. Okay, so now just select this code. Okay, so now going here. So first of all, I'm just select this code. Okay, I'm just going for the execute or the refresh. So here is the query for the alter table is the perfectly created for the default value. So the query result is successfully. Okay, so in this session is already completed. So now I'm going for the next step, and here I'm adding a column with the not null constant. Okay, so to enforce the data intricate, we may want to the new column to be not null. So let's explore how to add a column with the not null constant. Okay, so here I'm going for in this code inside and create for the not null constant. Okay, so in this enter table for the same as, so I'm just going for here. Okay, so this remove. So first of all, type is the new table name is the email. Okay, and it's the worker you saw. I'm just here, and I'm just ready for this. So first of all, type is the worker, and the size insert input for the size is the 100, and this is the not null. Okay, not null. So here I'm just add a new column named for the email of the type of the worker and to the employee table. So you also apply for the not null constant, so ensuring that every row must have a valid email value. Okay, so now just select this code and just going for the executed. So here in this email of the relations employee, the content the not null value. Okay, so I'm just here in this remove. Okay, and take for the my table. So first of all, type for is the select, and type for the star, then type for is the from, and my table name is the employee. Okay, employee and semicolon. So now just select this code and just execute it. Did so it perfectly inserted. So in this, I implied the first name, last name is the salary, is the previous table, and in the session I'm inserted the department, and also insert for the inactive. So it's the boolean. Okay, so perfectly show for this the output. Okay. Okay, so here in this session is completed. So and there we have it. So you quickly guide to add column operation in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so here completely covered for the adding a basic column, a setting for the default values, and applying for the constant. Okay, and using for this operation. So now your table is ready to the involved with your changing needs. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session and create for the PostgreSQL the database operations. Okay, so thank you for watching, for happy modifying your code, and see you in the next session. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to this new tutorial. So in this session I'm creating for the PostgreSQL evaluation for the job column operations. Okay, so now I will explore for the job column statement in the PostgreSQL, with providing you with the tools the streamline your table structure by removing for the unnecessary columns. Okay, so let's embark on the journey of the column for the evaluation. So let's get started. So the job column operation is a critical tool when it comes to refining your database schema, and let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use case of dropping columns for in your PostgreSQL. Okay, so first of all, I'm creating for the job column operations. So suppose for is examples. So I'm going for in this the admin for tools get insight. So first of all, I'm going for here in this table, and now I'm just drop for the column. Okay, so just remove this. So first of all, I'm type is the drop is a column. It's a column name for the bonus. Okay, so the table name is created. So here is a simple code. Use the alter table statement to remove for the bonus column for the employee table, and the drop column cause specify the column to be removed. So it's a straightforward way to declutter your table structure. Okay, so now I'm just select, and I'm going for the execute. Okay, so here in this the employees does not show, is the rename. Okay, so I'm just to type for the performance bonus. Okay, the performance, the underscore is the bonus. Okay, so now I'm again just select and then execute it. So here's a perfectly for alter table is written successfully. Okay, so I'm just to take it. So in this table, I'm again just refresh. Okay, so it's a perfectly refresh this table. So here is not stay for the performance bonus table. Okay, the perfectly working for in this code. Okay, so this is the output. So here is not stay for the performance bonus column. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next step and create for the dropping for the multiple columns. Okay, so at times we might need to remove multiple columns. it is simultaneously. So let's explore how to do that efficient. Okay, so I'm going for in this table inside, and I'm drop column for suppose create for if, okay, and then type for the exist, okay, is exist, and then type for the address, okay, and also type for the phone underscore num, okay, and create for the semicolon. So in this code now remove, okay, so this code is created completely. So here I'm using the drop column clause with the if exist option to remove the address and the phone number columns from the employees table. So the if exist option ensures that the person does not fail if the column either does not exist, okay. So just take it, so now select and then refresh. So here the syntax is the nearest phone number, because in this two table is a column I'm not declare, okay. So I'm going for in this table instead here I'm declare for the ID, name, last name, the salary, department, experience, and email, okay. So this is my table's columns name, okay. So I'm not declare for the address and the phone number, okay. So it is not working, okay. So now I'm going for is the next step, and here create for the dropping a column with the dependencies, okay. So when a column has a dependencies dropping, it can be quickly. So let's explore how to handle is dropping a column with the dependencies using the get option, okay. So I'm going for here code inside. So first of all, call for the tables, suppose the orders, okay. So orders, and just here the drop column for the product ID, okay. So just refresh, and first of all I've typed for the product underscore ID and create for the cascade, okay. It's not a so cascade because here is insulted, okay. So now this code created. So here use the cascade option to drop the product ID column from the orders table. So this option is automatically drops object that depend on the column, such as index or the constant, okay. So now I'm just take it for in this code. So just select and refresh. So here in this the product address that does not exist, okay. So here's only S. So it just take. So this is the column. So I'm just select again, and then is a relation, okay. So in this table newly created for the next station, okay. So I hope you're understanding for in this station, okay. So here you have it, a quick guide for the drop column option in the PostgreSQL. So we are covered for the dropping single and multiple columns, okay. So here I'm just again take it. So I'm just in the alter table is the order is now declared. So suppose I'm used for the table is the products, okay. The product table is this, okay. So now I'm just again select it and then execute it. So this one is perfectly written for the successfully in this the output, okay. So I'm just again saying for this table, okay. So now I'm open for the create tool, okay. So here falsely type is the select, okay. It's a select, and the type for the store and also type from, and the table name is the products. Okay, and last one, type the semicolon. So now I'm just select and just going for the execute. So perfectly sure for the output. So here print for the product name, column, and then price, and instate and the production date. So this is the output. Okay, so previously for the orders table is not working, but the products to be the perfectly working, and depend for the cascade option. Okay, so here in this station I'm perfectly completed this one and created for the, so here in this station I'm just cover for the dropping single and multiple columns, and handling for the dependencies and ensuring a smooth evolution for your database schema. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in the session. So thank you for watching and happy coding with the PostgreSQL database. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So in this session I'm creating for the delete operations. Okay, so we'll explore for the delete statement in the PostgreSQL. So giving you the tools to gracefully remove for the unwanted data from a table. Okay, so from the simple deletion to conditional removal. So let's dive into the world of data cleansing. So let's get started. So now in the session for the delete statement is a powerful tool when it comes to removing data from your database. Okay, so let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use case of the deleting data in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so first of all, create is the simple and basic statement for the delete operation. Okay, so let's get started. So first of all, I'm going here and just type for the delete from. Okay, suppose delete is not. So I'm again type is the delete, then type is from, and suppose I'm used for the table. So now I'm used for in this table for the employees. Okay, so it's don't mind in this typing is the error or is not correct. Okay, so it's not a problem for in this code. Okay, as you reach, you can choose your two tables names. Okay, so I'm going for here and just type for the employees. Okay, it's not capital word. Full names is the small word uses. Okay, so now here set format table name. Okay, and then going for the next line, and now I'm type for is the where. Okay, where is the department. Okay, so the department created and then equals, suppose I'm used for the department for the name is the HR. Okay, so now just create. Okay, so so first of all I'm open for the table. Okay, so I'm going for in this the Postgre, and then right click and open for the new query. Okay, so here first of all I'm just type for the select. Okay, select star from the table name is employees and then semicolon. So now just select this code and just open in the run. Okay, so it's open for the department. Okay, so the table just is all columns and row is the information for the employees table. Okay, so now just going for my previous example here and just refreshed in this code. Okay, so now just refresh, select, and then execute. Okay, so perfectly in this column is it does not exist at where is, so difference with the employees. Okay, so and I'm just going here. This suppose this though already here. Okay, so now the department. Okay, I'm just again take and declare here for the semicolon mistakenly. Okay, so now I'm just again select and then execute. Okay, so here in this the line for the department. Okay, face for the mistake. Okay, so here is the department is name is completely fulfilled. Okay, so now I'm just okay, so now I'm just again take it. So in this code is work or not working. Okay, so perfectly for the query returned successfully. Okay, so I'm going for here and just again for refresh in this code. Okay, and then refresh. So the perfectly delayed for the column. So here previously I'm sure for the table, then stay for the each department, but it's not here in this the department. Okay, so in this statement is perfectly working. Okay, so here I'm just remove for all columns from just delete from the H column for the and use for the where department in the H. Okay, so the where clause is specific the condition for the deletion, allowing for the targeted removes. Okay, so I'm going for the next step. Okay, so here I'm just delete for the all rows. Okay, so sometimes you might need to clear all row from the table. Okay, and let's explore how to do that efficiently. Okay, so I'm going for here. So in this code inside, okay, so first of all I'm create from the table delays. Okay, so now just remove for in this the columns name. Okay, and last one create for the semicolon. Okay, so here in this example I'm just use for the deleted statement for or without is a clause for where to remove for all rows from the employees table. Okay, so I'm just take it, so select this code and then execute. Okay, the query returned successfully. I'm going for in this the table inside. So again refresh in this code. Okay, and then execute. Okay, so it perfectly for all row is deleted. Okay, so I'm perfectly working in this statement. Okay, so in the session I'm delete for the this from the department table create and then going for, and here is deleting with the subqueries. Okay, so and the session completed. Okay, so just going for, so now 12 step is completed, and next tutorial created for the subqueries is a deleting. Okay, so here in this session I'm not real next tutorial creator. So in this tutorial I'm already created a complete for the deleting and the subqueries process. Okay, so now let's see and how this working. Okay, so in this session I'm deleting with the subquery. So for more advanced deletion, so we can use for the subqueries to define the condition. Okay, so let's explore how to delete data using the subqueries. Okay, so first of all I'm going for here and then remove for this code. Okay, so now this code not remove. So first of all I'm going for here inside and just type for the where. Okay, is the where, and also type for the employee. Okay, is the employee underscore ID, and the obvious for the in function and create for the parenthesis, and in this parenthesis inside I'm create for the main code. Okay, so first of all I'm type is the select and then type for the employee underscore ID. Okay, and then type the from. Okay, so from here I'm use for the employees table. Okay, so now in this the employees. Okay, so now completed for in this code. So now then create the semicolon. Okay, So here in this station, just create for the subquery in the where clause to dynamically define the condition for the deletions. So we knew for the employees who is the department ID in the employees ID is associated with the employees in this table. Okay, so now I'm just selecting this code and just execute it. So first of all, select and then run button, press, and here in this the perfectly for the executed. So here not sure. Okay, I'm going for the message section. Okay, perfectly in this written with the successfully. Okay, so in this session I'm just completely and then going for my in this inside. So I'm just refresh this table. Okay, so here perfectly for successfully this session for because previous tutorial is delayed for the all rules. Okay, so but in this code for the data is perfectly working. Okay, so here in this session I'm completed. Okay, so it's a quicker to the mastering for the delayed operation in the PostgreSQL, and I'm also covered for in this session for the deletion for the clearing enter table using the subqueries for the conditions. Okay, so I hope you understanding and enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding for the PostgreSQL database. Okay, we will come back to this the tutorial. So in this session I'm created for the Postgres is the farewell for the drop table operations. Okay, so in this session I'm completely explored for the drop table statement in the PostgreSQL and providing you with a skill to the gracefully for the table that have served their purpose. Okay, so from the simple table deletion to conditional removal, so let's get started and create for the most beautiful and interesting topic for the drop table. Okay, so the drop table is operation is a disclosive tool when it comes to removing an enter table from your database. Okay, so let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use case of the dropping tables for in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so first of all I'm create basic operations for the drop table. So first of all I'm type is the drop. Okay, drop, and then type the table table name create for the employees. Okay, I'm just create for the semicolon. Okay, so here I'm just use for the drop table statement to remove for the enter employees table, and it's a straightforward and efficient way to beat the farewell to a table that is no longer is needed. Okay, so I'm just take it, so just select and then execute it. So here in this table is query returned successfully. Okay, so in this statement is perfectly working, and then going for next step. So here I'm create for the dropping table with the dependencies. Okay, so the dropping a table with the dependency can be complex. Okay, so let's explore how to handle for the dropping a table with the dependent object with a cascade options. Okay, so I'm going for here and just type for the first of all. Okay, so now I'm going for here and just type for the table. So now I'm use for create for the once more table created. So just do this my old table. Okay, so you see that my table's name is the created for once more table. Okay, so here I'm used for the, so suppose I'm used for this table. Okay, to just take it, so I'm going for here and just create for the column only for the author ID or the date and total amount. Okay, so I'm just taking it for, and this table is working or working not. So first of all I'm type is the orders. Okay, and then type for the cascade. Okay, so just take it. So so now I'm just select, and then this table for is working is not working. Okay, so I'm just execute it. So perfectly for the return is the query return successfully. Okay, so in this table is perfectly working. So I'm just going for here and just simply take it. Okay, so first of all I'm just type for the, okay, is capital small word created, so orders, and I'm just select, okay, and then execute it. So here in this, the does not in this, so from the orders, okay, so it's the here in the statement is perfectly working, okay. So in the session, I'm used for a drop table for the cascade option to the drop orders table. So this option is automatically drop object that depended on the table, okay. So search in this constant order views is a powerful, but the potentially risky. So use it with carefully, okay. So now I'm going for deleting a table safely with the if exist, okay. So to avoid for the errors when dropping tables that may not exist, okay. So you can use for the if exist option, and let's explore how to drop a table safely, okay. So first of all, I'm going for here and just type. So now real this code in the data. So first of all, I'm type is the if, and also type for the exist, okay, exist, and type for the rt data, okay, rt underscore data, okay. So here I'm just take this database is perfectly working, so it's not existing data table, okay, and query successfully in this, okay. So in this query successfully working, okay, and it's for the notice. So here I'm just use for the if exist option to drop for the active data table. So if the table is existing, okay, so it will be dropped for the, otherwise the operation will be silently ignored, okay. So it's a safe way to ensure you don't for the encounter errors when dropping tables, okay. So last one is create use for the deleting table is in the schema, okay. So when working with a multiple schema, so you may need to the safely the schema when dropping a table. So let's explore how to do that, okay. So here I'm just reading for this data. So now I'm used for the public, okay, the public dot logs, okay. So it's working when we use the job table statement to the delete for the logs table in the public schema. So this is necessary when dealing with the table in this schema for other than the default, okay. So in this session for now is completed, okay. So I'm completed for and quick guide for the drop table operations in the PostgreSQL. So it's create for the outpost, and then create for and more is perfectly covered and discussed for the basic table deletions for handling the dependencies table for the with the cache care and safely deleting for the tables with the if exist, okay, and is the specifying for the table in the different schema, okay. So in this error for the table log does not exist because in this table is not here. So if you try for this command and perfectly working for your database table, okay. So I hope you enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding for your PostgreSQL database, okay. So again, thank you. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's new tutorial. Since the session I'm creating for the Postgre is a playground for creating a demo database. So we will work through the process of creating a sample database in the PostgreSQL, giving you a playground to experiment with and 1 year SQL skill. So let's dive into the order creating for the database. So let's get started. So previous example, previous session, create for the orders drop for the tables. Okay, so here, so first of all, I'm creating for the introduction to create our database. So the first step in any database adventure is creating the space for your database. And let's start by understanding the basic syntax and the consideration for creating a database in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so first of all, I'm creating a basic database creations. So just remove this data. So first of all, type is create, and then type for is database, and then type, suppose I'm using for the demo underscore database. Okay, and create the semicolon. So here in this example, use the create database statement to create a new database named for the demo database, and is a simple and essential step to set the stage for your data adventure. So okay, so now just select this code and then execute it. Okay, so here just wait. Okay, so perfectly the query is successfully. Okay, so in this query is successfully created. So next step, create for a table in the database. Okay, so first of all, now we have our database. Okay, so user. Okay, so here going. Okay, send the schema and then create a folder to database. Okay, so perfectly here in this show for the to database. So now place for the database in the demo database. Okay, so okay, and then going for the PostgreSQL. So here is the schema. Okay, so now in this next step, so first of all, create for the creating a table. Okay, so now let's get started at here. So first of all, so now remove this data. So now I'm creating for the create and type for the table. Okay, and now type for the table name is users. Okay, and now create for the parentheses. Okay, so I'm going for here, and this in this parenthesis, and the outside I'm creating for the semicolon. Okay, so now I'm type for the data. So first of all, type is the user, the score ID. Okay, and then I'm create user for the serial. Okay, serial primary key. Okay, is primary key. Okay, so this code, this data creates completely, and now I'm going for the next data. So now I'm type for the user name. So the username is the worker. Okay, the worker. So search the create for the 50. Okay, and it's create for the unique not null. Okay, unique is not null. Okay, so now I'm again create for the another column name. Sorry, it's a role name. So now I'm type for the email. Okay, and it's type for the worker. So now declare for the size is 100, and it's create for the unique for not null. Okay, so now this code is almost completed. So here use falsely the create table statement to create a table name for the users, and it has column for suppose the user ID, username, email, and the user ID is a serial primary key, and both for the username and email have the unique constant. Okay, so now select these data, and then execute it. So here in this query, return successfully. Okay, so in this query successfully, so I'm just take it. Suppose I'm open for the new query tools. Okay, so just take it. So here I'm just type for the select and type for start from the table name is the users. Okay, so then semicolon. So in this code, just select and then execute it. So it's perfectly created a false user ID, username and email. Okay, so this false step is completed. So now I'm going for my code inside. Okay, so here, so now I'm inserting data into table. Okay, so first of all, okay, so this remove. Okay, so in this table, so first of all, type is the insert into. Okay, insert into. So suppose table names for the users and firstly create for the username. Okay, user name and create for the email. Okay, so now I'm going for the next line, and here I'm type for the values, and the next line type for the parenthesis. So the parenthesis name. So first of all, I'm type is a single quotation in, and then inside I'm type for the Johan underscore Joe and type for the another. So here I'm type the email. So first of all, type is Johan dot Joe and create the underscore. It's not underscore. So now I'm type for the email dot com. Okay, so now I'm creating for the Johan dot Joe is the email dot com. Okay, so now I'm going for in this the next line and just copy this code. Okay, and paste for the next line. Okay, so here I'm creating for the @ so now I'm just change it. So here I'm using for the name is the Jenny and underscore for the Smith. Okay, Smith, and then going for here. Okay, and just change it for the name. So it's the Jenny and then type for the Smith @email.com. Okay, so now this code is completed. See here, firstly I'm using the insert into statement to add users Johan and Jenny Smith to our users table. So we specifying values for the username and the email columns. Okay, so now just select this data and just execute it. Okay, so here in this query it ends successfully. Okay, so now I'm just going for my tables is going. Okay, so last one, click so. Now I'm just again refresh for my tables. Okay, so in this executor, so for perfectly enter for the all informations. Okay, so here I can see for the output. Okay, so now in this station is completely guided to creating a demo database for in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so now I covered for in the session firstly create a database itself and create for a simple table and even add some data into it Okay, so I hope you're understanding and enjoyable in this session. So welcome back to today's new tutorial. So in this session I'm great for the PostgreSQL for the unraveling operator. Okay, so now we will explore for the build up operation in the PostgreSQL, the building block that orchestrates the operations on your data from architect, the logical operator. So let's dip into the symphony of PostgreSQL. So let's get started. First of all, a short discussion for the operation are the language of the database. So as to perform a wide array. of the operation on your data. Okay, so let's start by understanding the basic type of the operator in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so in the operator is word clause is the ones is the different for letters is equal to less than, greater than, less than or equal. This once more operator used for the PostgreSQL. Okay, so suppose I'm use is create for the sum operator. Okay, so first of all, I'm going for in this it's a admin for now I'm creating for the equal to operator create for the in this card table inside. Okay, so the equal operator is used when you want to return all records where a column is equal to a specified values. Okay, so first of all, I'm going for in this here and just type for, so in this the semicolon remove and then going for here and this type for the where. So this type is it's a brand. Okay, it's brand. Then type is equal and then type for the single quotation inside. So first of all, name is the fold. Okay, and they create a semicolon. So now the select this code and then execute it. So here in this for is the perfectly state in this one is equal to. Okay, so now I'm going for the next line. Next step, create a for the less than. So the less than operator is used when you want to return all records where a column is less than a specified values. Okay, so first of all, I'm going for in this code inside and just name it is changed for the model. Okay, it's model and use for the less than. Okay, so next here I'm just create for the less than and insert for the year name. Suppose the year is 2023. Okay, and create the semicolon. So now just select this code and just execute it. So here in this the less than is not, so I'm type for suppose is 1975. Okay, and then I can refresh. Okay, so here in this the because and this is the 19 is a 75 is not less than values inserted. Okay, so I'm going for the next line created for the greater than. Okay, so the greater than operator is used when you want to return all record where a column is recorded than specified. Okay, so I'm going for in code inside and sign change. So I'm use for the greater than for 75. So just take it. So here in this the 75 is not operator, not exist verifying integer. Okay, no match. So I'm just take for my table. Okay, so again here and then select and execute it. So here in this table inserted for the node is the greater, here is greater is all greater than for already 75 is not working. Also something else. Okay, so it's not take. Okay, so I'm going for the next step and then create a for suppose then create is a less than or equal to sign. Okay, so the less than equal to sign is used when you call the return or all records. So I'm use the example and return for all records where the years is less than for equal. Okay, so I'm just type for the where. Okay, and then type for the model. Okay, and then type is less than equal. So now I'm insert for the year is 19. Okay, so suppose create for the 1964. Okay, so now it's comma and then it's not, okay, and then here is semicolon created, and just take it, okay. So here is not, so tick for the 99, okay, and then select and execute it. So here in this, but why? Then tick layer is also here in this, okay. So then clone, then select. Perfectly here in this, the table is inserted for the year. Inserted for the year for model. Okay. So now I'm going for here, and here again type for is the model. Okay. Okay, so now I'm just take it in this, so now just select and execute it. So here in this, the spider does not exist, so it's why it's a problem. Okay. So in this, the greater than or equal the sign is the just again for this created, so it's greater than equal. Suppose it was for the year's name for 1975 again, okay, and then select this code data and execute it. So here in the same result is no operator match the given argument, okay. So it's for, I'm going for the next step, and now use for the not equal to operator is used when you want to affirm all records where a column is not equal to the specified values, okay. So I'm just take it. So first of all, I'm going for here and then change for the, now I'm creating for the brand, okay. It's the brand, and then create for the sign change, okay. So now here I'm just change is not equal, so it's created, and then just name for, suppose just name is the is BMW, okay, and the semicolon out. So that this data for select and executed. So here is perfectly sure for the output, and here in this the where is BMW for here in this table, okay. So it's a statement for working, and then going for the next step and create for the return all records where the brand is not, okay. So first of all, I'm create for here and then use for the not equal operator. So just remove and then create for the not equal. For suppose I'm use for the is the brand name for the Volvo, and then select, okay, and execute it. So here in this, the successful leave for is the row is the affected, okay. So it's not equal. So here is not equal for in this the brand name, okay. So now I'm going for the next step and create for the like operator is used when you want to return all records where a column is equal to a specified pattern, okay. So there are two will curves often used in the conjunction with the like operator. So the percentage sign represent for the 0 or multiple character, and underscore sign represent on single character, okay. So first of all, I'm create for in this one. So I'm going for in this code inside and just type for. So first of all, type is the model, okay. Is the model, and type for the like, okay, and also type for the single quotation inside for M, and then person signed, okay. So now this person sign created, and then select this data and then execute it. So here is perfectly sure for the aim, the starting word for the mastering is opening, okay. So now I'm going for the next step, create for the I like. So the same as a like operator, but I like is the case instance sensitive. Okay. So first of all, I'm going for here, and then just change it. So is for the I like, and now is for the small word m. Okay. So m is declare. So now I'm just again select this data and execute it. So here in this for because in capital word and small word is not matter for effect for in this the table information. Okay. So now I'm going for the next step and then create it for suppose here and up a person to the logical and or and operator is used when you want to take move the on condition. Okay. So now let's create it for the and operator. Okay. So I'm going for in this the code inside and just type for the first of all type is the brand name. Okay. So type is the brand is equal the single quotation inside type the brand name is the Volvo, and also create for now in this code then data bill. So here type for the and operator. So create for the year is equal, suppose the year is 1968. Okay, and then create a semicolon. So now just take it for this data, so just execute it. So he's perfectly sure for the output is the Volvo, for the Spider is the 1968. Okay, so next step create for the OR operator. So the logical OR operator is used when you can accept the only one of many condition is true. Okay, so first of all I'm going for in this inside and return all records where the brand is the Volvo or the year is the 1975. Okay, so I'm just going for here and use for the OR operator. So suppose is the type is the OR and the year it changed it. So now when the year is used for the 1975. Okay, so now I'm just select this data and execute it. So here in the 75 is the MC is the club cube with the 1975. Okay, so in this statement completed and then going for here and use for the in operator is used to when a column for value match any of the values in a list. Okay, so now return for all records where the brand is present in the list. So suppose I'm created for the select start from the cars, and here I'm used for the where brand. Suppose now I'm using this code. Okay, so in this remove, so first of all just type for in and type for the parenthesis and semicolon. So first of all type the Volvo, and then also type for the is the brand name for BMW. Okay, and then also type for the Ford. Okay, Ford. So now in this declare, so now I'm just select this data and so for the output, so now execute it. So here's perfectly so for the all is one table for all columns and rows. Okay, so this is the output. So now I'm going for the next step and case for the between operator is used for take if a column where values in the value is a specific range of the values. Okay, so now I'm going for here and then between operator used to take if a column values in between a specified range of the values. Okay, so now I'm going for here and just create for the, so first of all type is the where. Okay, so suppose create in this for the remove. Okay, so now type for the year and type for the between. Okay, between operator, and then year's name, suppose type for the 1964 and type for the 2023. Okay, so now type for is the 1999. Okay, so now it's a declare. So in this parenthesis now remove. So I'm just check it for in this table data. So now select and execute it. So here's perfectly sure for in this the year for all years, the between and the operator. Okay, so this is the output. So I'm also created for in this the between operator includes for from to and to values, meaning that in above example the result would include for the car's model in the years is the 1964 and 1999. Okay, so now I'm used for the is the null operator is used to take if a column for in values. So I'm going for in this car inside, and here I'm just used for the model is null. Okay, so first of all I'm going for here and just type for the model. Okay, so model, and also type for is null. Okay, and it's created, and then select this code and execute it. Okay, so here in this is all data is null. So and I'm going for here and then use for only for the not operator can be used to together for the like I like in between and null operator to reverse the truth of the operator. Okay, so now going for in this example and create for the not like the return or record where Ben does not start with the capital B case sensitive. Okay, so I'm going for here and then type for is the brand. Okay, so I'm just type is the brand. It's brand, and then type is suppose for in this code now remove. Okay, so I'm type for the not like and space and create for the single quotation inside for B, and then this %sign. Okay, so in this sign created, and then select this code and show for the output. Okay, so here perfectly is written for all records. Okay, so in this session is completed almost. Okay, so I'm also use here this previously used for the not in operators in here stay. Okay, so now I'm going for the session is created for the not in operator uses. Okay, so first of all I'm used for the not I is not, so now I'm used for the not I like. Okay, so I'm just type for I, and here I'm used for the small word B. Okay, and again for select these data and then execute it. So here publicly show for in this the same output. Okay, so I'm also uses here for the not in operator. Okay, and not between operator is the same process follow for the previously used for the not is null is between, and then is not operator created. Okay, so finally I'm completed for all operator is created. So I hope you understanding for this operator session. So thank you for watching, and in the session I'm completely covered for the suppose created for is the equal to less than greater than less than or equal greater than not equal, take if case sensitive and case insensitive, and operator or operator is once more operator created. Okay, so it's a journey through the symphony of the operator in the PostgreSQL. So I'm completely covered for in this all operator. Okay, so in this case for your the showcasing in the diverse range of the tools at your disposal. Okay, so I hope you understanding and enjoyable in this session for the Postgre or SQL or the database operation. Okay, so thank you for watching. See you in the next session. Hello, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session I'm created for the PostgreSQL. selection for the select operations. So we are unravel the power of the select statement in the PostgreSQL. So the command that allow us to freeze and manipulate data from our database. Okay, so from basic selection to more advanced query. So let's dive into the world of the select. So let's get started. So the select statement is the heart of the querying data in the PostgreSQL. So let's understand about the understanding for the basic syntax and use case of the selecting data from the tables. Okay. So first of all, I'm going for here and select from the table. So I'm just take it. So I'm just select and then execute it. So it's opening perfectly for the output. Okay. So here I'm used for the select statement to retrieve for all column from the employee table. It's a sample you would pull from the with a phrase the data from the table. Okay. So now I'm going for the next step and create for the selecting specific columns. Okay. So sometimes we only need the specific information. Let's explore how to select for a specific from the tables. Okay. So now in this session, select statement are now created. Okay. So in this select statement, firstly, I'm going for the specific column selected. Okay. So I'm going for in this the next create tools, and here I'm just created. First create is the select. Okay. And then create for the employee is the employee underscore ID, and also create for the first underscore name. Okay. And again create for the last underscore name. Okay. And now create for the from, and the table is the employees. Okay. So last one create the semicolon. Okay. So now just select in this code and then execute it. See, here is perfectly sure for the output is a first the employee ID, first name, last name. Okay. So in this example, I'm using for the select statement to retrieve for only the employee ID and first name and last name columns from the employee table. Okay. So this allows us to focus on the data we are interested in. Okay. So next step, I'm creating for the full filtering data with the where cause. Okay. So in this session, for the where cause is a powerful tool for filtering data based on specific conditions. So let's explore how to use it for more targeted selection. Okay. So I'm going for here inside, and first of all, type is a select. Okay. So in this code, so now remove and then create for the is a star, and going for the next line, and here first of all type is the where, and also a type for the department. Okay. It's a department and then equal. So department name insert for the HR, and now use for the and operator, and simply create is the salary range for the 60,000. Okay. And last one create the semicolon. Okay. So here in this example, I'm using for the where cause to filter data from the employee table. Okay. So now just select and then execute it. So here is a perfectly in this state for the department creating. Okay. So the department for the role is the HR and the salary is okay. So here I'm created for in this statement. So now I'm going for the dot. Okay. Again, then just select and execute it. So here the same as output is printed. Okay. So now I'm going for the next step and just going for here and then sorting data with the order by cross. Okay. So the order will allow us to sort it the result. Let's explore how to use for the beta data presentation. Okay. So now I'll just take for again in this, okay. So I'm select in this, again select and show for the result for the 60,000 salary range, show for in the screen output. So now select and then execute it. So in this, just refresh this one and just going for in this, here is success and here is the output, okay. So the perfectly show for the output is the HR department is created for the 60,000, okay. So in this, the first table I'm declare for the 60,000 salary, and next one in this code inside created for the success, and this is the output, okay. So this line show create for the output. So now I'm creating for the sorted data, okay. So I'm going for here in coding side and just type for, so in this for code and now remove. So first of all I'm type in is the order by, and the type for the lost underscore name for ASC, and then create a comma and also type for the first name, first underscore name, and then is the ASC, and last one create the semicolon, okay. So here I'm just use for the order by class to sort the data for the result state from the employee table. So it sort the last name is ascending order, and then by the first name is the ascending order, okay. So now just select this code and just execute it. So here is perfectly successfully run for in this, the ascending order is inserted, okay. So this one I'm creating for the limiting result with the limit clause, okay. So sometimes we only need a specific number of row. That's explore how to use for the limit clause for the result state limitations, okay. So now I'm going for in this code inside and I'm type for the limit, okay. So here employee and then type is a limit as use for the 10, okay, and then a semicolon. So it's a simple code only used for the limit clause and to restrict the result state from the employees table to only the 10 rows, okay. So it's only 6 rows created, so I'm to take it again. So it's okay, so it's only successfully run, and here is state for the 6th row inserted, okay. So it's a handy way to manage for the large data set, okay. So in this session I'm created is a quick guide to mastering for the select operations in the PostgreSQL, okay. So now I'm covered the basic selection and selecting a specific column and filtering data with the word cause and sorting with the order by and limiting result with the limit clause uses, okay. So I hope you're understanding and enjoying in this session. So thank you for watching. Hope we will come back to this another tutorial. So in this session for the PostgreSQL, the destination for the select distant. So now we will dive into the select distant statement in the PostgreSQL. It's a powerful tool for extracting unique values from your data, okay. So now let's get started. So first of all, select the distant in statement is you take it to unique values in PostgreSQL. So let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use cases of this powerful command, okay. So first of all, going for first step create. So in this previous example, I'm created for the select data, okay. So now I'll firstly create the select distant, okay. So now just remove this code, okay, in this data. So first of all, I'm type the select, okay, and also type for the distinct, okay. So distinct, and now I'm just to create for the department, okay, department, and also type the from. The table name is the employees, okay. So let's the semicolon. So in this example, I'm first use the select distant statement and retrieve for the unique values from the department column since the employees tables. Okay, so it's a straightforward way to identify the distinct departments within our database. Okay, so now just select this data and then execute it. Okay, so here's open for the department is the software, civil, IT, and HR. Okay, so it's a perfectly work first step. So next step I'm create for using for the select distinct with the multiple columns. Okay, so first of all I'm going for in this code inside. So now just type. Okay, so next topic I'm just create for the now is for the select distinct and create for the multiple columns. Okay, so first of all I'm going for here and then type for the select distinct for the department, and I'm also use for the locations. Okay, location, and now the form is a table for the employee. Okay, so now going for here and just type for the employee. So first of all I'm just select this data. Okay, it's not use speedpad, so you can select this data and just execute. Okay, so you have perfectly sure for the output is the department columns and the location columns. Okay, so in this example I'm falsely use the select distinct with the both the department and the location column. So this allows us to identify unique combinations of the department and the location of our database. Okay, next step I'm create for the filtering is the distinct values with the where clause. Okay, so sometimes we want to refine our distinct selection for further. So let's explore how to use the where clause in conjunction with the select distinct. Okay, so now let's create for the filtering distance and values with the where clause. Okay, so first of all I'm create the select distinct in the department, and now I'm remove for the locations. Okay, so now remove these locations and going for the next line and then create the where. Okay, the where and also type for the location. Okay, and create it for equal, and then first of all I'm type is a single condition, and in this insert type for the city name is the New York. Okay, so now this New York is created, and last one type the semicolon. Okay, so in this example I'm just use first the distinct select distance with the where clause to type unique departments where the location is the New York. Okay, so it's a powerful way to define your all database is a locations for because on its specific conditions. Okay, so now first of all select this data and then execute it. Okay, so here is the perfectly sure for this department is the this unique department for the software. Okay, the software department is the location for the New York. Okay, so here in this example completely created is a perfect and quick guide to the mastering is a select distinct in the PostgreSQL. So now I'm covered in this session firstly cover for the basic distinctions, and second for using the select distinct in, and also create with the multiple columns, and uses for the filtering with the wheres. Okay, so it's the most important and it's a fantastic topic for create admin for a perfectly create for the database show for the output. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching, and see you in the next tutorials. Cool, we'll come back to today's another tutorial. So today's topic for the navigating data with a where clause. Okay, since the station discuss and create for the explore for the power of the where clause in the PostgreSQL is a crucial tool for the filtering and extracting specific data from your tables. Okay, so now let's get started and create for the basic conditions and 2 more complex expressions. Okay, so now let's embark on a journey of through the where clause. So let's get started. So first of all, where clause the guide to precision in the PostgreSQL queries. So let's start by understanding for the basic syntax and use case of this powerful command. Okay, so now first of all, create is the basic where clause. Okay, so now I'm going for this the admin for codes inside in this code editor. So first of all, type is the select, and then type for star, and also type is from, and then type for my table name is the employee. Okay, and then type for force the where. Okay, and then type the department. Okay, so perfect type is the department and is equal. So now single condition inside create a type for the IT department. Okay, and then create the semicolon. So here in this example, I falsely use the where call to the filter row from the employee table, where the department is the IT. So it's a straightforward way to narrow down our results. So now let's get started and show for the output. Okay, so now I'm select this code and execute it. So here is perfectly show for the employee ID 1 and first name and last name, and here the department ID. Okay, is perfectly show for the output. So next step, I'm create for the comparison operator in the where clause. Okay, so I'm going for here. Okay, so then first of all, I'm create for the select from employee table, and then type for firstly type is the salary. Okay, salary, and then is greater than for 50,000. Okay, so now the 50,000, and also type for the and a person is and then the department for the HR. Okay, so HR. Okay, so now this created. So here I falsely use for the where clause with the comparison operators to filter rows from the employee table, and we select a row where the salary is greater than 50,000 in the department in the HR. Okay, so now I'm just take it and then select it and execute it. So here it is for the no. So I'm going for my employee table. Okay, so then okay, so here my employee table is HR, department is the salary amount for the 35,000. Okay, so this is the salary. Okay, so I'm going for my table inside. Okay, so here I'm just type for the 35,000. Okay, and again select this data and then execute it. So here and this successfully run. Okay, so in this step is completed, and then I'm going for the next step, and here I'm just type for the logical operators in the where clause. Okay, okay, so now I'm create for the logical operators. So first of all, I'm going for in this code inside, and then type for here is where is the salary is already inserted, and then type is the is 30 salary, and then use not now use for the less than, and then type for the 35,000, and the department is equal for HR, and also use for the OR operators. So first of all, type is the OR, and then type for the locations. Okay, and then location equal use for the city name is the New York, okay? New York. And then last one, type the semicolon, okay? So here in this example, I'm just use for the logical operators for and or with the where clause to create a more intricate condition. So you select for the row where either the salary is less than for the 50,000 and the department is the HR or the location is the New York, okay? So and I'm just to select this data, okay? It's lost, completely select and then execute it. So here perfectly show for the table. So here is the less than for is the 75,000 is the New York, okay? So here this output is printed. So now I'm going for the next step for I use for the between and in operator for the where clause, okay? So where clause suppose for the addition verb operators like the between and in providing for more options for data selection. So let's explore this, okay? So first of all, I'm going for in this code insert and then type. So now firstly type is select from employee tables and with the salaries, and now I'm just in this all data remove, okay? So now remove, okay? So remove this, and then first of all I'm type is the salary, okay? And then use for the between. Is between, and then the salary range is, so now I've typed for the salary range, suppose is 55,000, okay? And also create for the and operators and a type for the 75,000, okay? And then I'm going for the next line, and here I'm create for the and operation and then create type for the department, okay? At the department, and secondly I'm use for the in operator, and in this inside just type for first the type is the department name is. So first of all type is the department is software, and next create for the other department named the civil, okay? So now this created, and then last one type the semicolon, okay? So here in this example, firstly use the between and the in operator within the where clause. So select for the row where the salary is between for the 55,000 as 75,000, and the department is either for the software and the civil, okay? So now I'm select in this code and then the execute. So here perfectly show for the output. So is the 75,000 the salary, and then also 55 is the software and the civil, and the location is the New York and the UK. Perfectly show for the output, okay? So this is my table, database table, okay? So here in this session I've completed, and it perfectly, and there you have it in a quick journey through the records in the PostgreSQL. And then I'm cover firstly the basic condition and comparison operators also created for the logical operators and additional operator like between and in operator, okay? So I hope you enjoy in this session for the PostgreSQL or the database operations, okay? So thank you for watching. Hello, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session I'm creating for the PostgreSQL is the ordering for the mastering for the order by class. In this session for the order by class in the PostgreSQL is a powerful command for arranging your queries result in a specific order. Okay, so it's from the ascending or the descending order. So let's dip into the world of the order by. So let's get started. So first of all, the order by clause is your key to arranging query result in a meaningful way. So let's start by understanding basic syntax and use cases of this crucial command. Okay, so first of all, create is the basic order by clause. Okay, so now first of all, type is select star from employee table, and then next line, firstly use the order by, and now order by the column name is the last name. Okay, so create for the last name is the ascending order. Okay, so in this example, use firstly the order by clause to the sort result of the query based on the last name column in ascending order is a fundamental way to organize your data. Okay, so now I'm first select in this data and then execute it. So here is show for the last name, and first name is the ascending order for is my table. Okay, so now I'm going for next line and create for the sorting is the descending order. Okay, so the ascending is just at the beginning. So let's explore how to sort our data in the descending order for different perspective. Okay, so now I'm creating for the data this admin for panel. So I'm just remove for the last name, and then I'm type for the salary age. Okay, so type is a salary, and is for the descending order created. Okay, so now and this descending order is created. So here I'm use about the order by the cost to sort the result based on the salary column, but this time is the descending order is a simple, yet powerful, and reverse for the mastering in the direction. Okay, so now I'm select and then execute it. So here is perfectly show is the descending order for the output. This is the table. Okay, so in this second step is completed, and now I'm going for the create for the sorting by multiple columns. Okay, so the order by isn't limited to the just on columns. So let's explore how to sort our result based on the multiple columns for our more nuanced arrangement. Okay, so here use first the order by is the department column. Okay, department, and it's the department the ascending order. Okay, and also type for the salary column, salary is the descending order. Okay, so here use for the order by cross the multiple columns for sorting the ascending order the based on the department column, and then within the is department sort in the descending order based on the salary columns is the descending order. Okay, so again select this data and execute it. So here in this perfectly successfully run in this output. So here is the 8 row are affected. Okay, so here this but a two column is created for the ascending order is the department, and then descending order for here in the salary range. Okay, so in this topic for the order by I'm completely used for the ascending order and the descending order. Okay, so it's a quick guide to mastering the order by cross in the PostgreSQL, and in this session cover for the basic sorting. Sorting is the ascending order, and sorting by is the multiple columns. So I hope you enjoy in this session and in this tutorial. For more helpful here and create for the PostgreSQL for the admin panel or the data operations. Okay, so I hope you enjoy the session and see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hope you come back to this other tutorial. So in this session, I'm good for the PostgreSQL is a limitation for the harnessing the limit clause. Okay, so now we explore for the limit clause in the PostgreSQL, a full command for the counting the number of row in your query result. Okay, so now from the managing large data set to optimizing the performance. Okay, so first of all, the limit clause is your ally for controlling for the volume of data returned by your query. Okay, so let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use case of this handling command. Okay, so first of all, in this session, I'm create for the basic limit. Okay, so now as I create for the select from the employee, because in this data previous tutorial uses, and then now start for the new tutorial and create for this one here. So now next line I'm create for the limit. Okay, so my table row limit for age and create for the semicolon. Okay, so here I'm just use only the limit clause to restrict the result of the query from the employee table. Is only 8 rows. Is a simple use effective way to manage a size of your data set result set. Okay, so now select in this data and then execute it. So here is in the show for the total 8 row in the my table. Okay, so in this first step complete, and then next step I'm use for the offset with limit for the pagination. Okay, so here you dealing with the large data set for the pagination become crucial. So let's explore how use offset with the conjunction with limit. Okay, so here is already created for the select from the employee table, and then in this next line I'm used for the alter by statement. Okay, alter by and type for the employee ID. Okay, employee underscore ID, and then next line ID, and then now type for the limit is 8, and then type for the offset. Okay, so the offset is 10. Okay, so now here use for the both offset and the limit to implement pagination. We alter the result by the employee ID and retrieve for the 8 rows starting from the 10th row, so providing an efficient way to navigate for the large data set. Okay, so now I'm select this data and then execute it, and here in this 10 row is not inserted because I'm create for the total 8 row. Okay, so now I'm going for in this, first of all remove this, and then again select. Okay, and then execute it. So here is a show perfectly open for my table. So here is inserted is total 8 row. Okay, so next one I'm create for the limit with order by for the top inquiries. Okay, so sometimes for we are interested in the top or bottom window based on a specific creation. So explore how to add it with this limit and alter by. Okay, so now I'm going for this code inside and then type for the alter by. So now I'm used for the salary is the descending order. Okay, and then limit for, suppose I'm used for the limit for 5. Okay, and here I'm used so now select this data and then execute it. So here is perfectly sure for the total is the 5 row, and now I'm use the limit in the combination with the alter by to retrieve the top 5 highest salaries employee, okay, and is a powerful technique for obtaining a specific insights from your data, okay. So now I'm going for the next line, and here I'm used for the limit with while cost for the conditional limit, okay. So first of all, I'm going for the limiting result, okay. So limiting result for created for the condition is another value of variable is of the limit clause. So let's explore how to use it for this conjunction with the where clause, okay. So now I'm going for in this code inside and then use for the where. So first of all, I'm remove this order by, and then type is where as the where, and the name type is the department, okay. And then the department name is the department name used for the software, okay. Software, and then used for the limit is 2, okay. And now in this data I'm select and executed. So perfectly sure in this department is the 2 row, first is the 2 and the second is the 6 is the ID. So perfectly sure for the software is the double pin, okay, is not packed for in this. So here use this. So in this session I'm used for the limit with the where clause to retrieve up to 2 rows where the department is software. It's a great way to earn a specific success of your data, okay. So in this session I'm already completed and is a quick guide to harnessing the limit clause in the PostgreSQL. So now I'm cover firstly the basic limitation for presentation with the offset and using a limit with order by, and use the conditional limit with where clause, okay. So I hope you enjoy in this session and more helpful in this tutorial for the PostgreSQL or database operations, okay. So thank you for watching and see you in the next session, okay. Hello everyone, come back to today's another tutorial. So today's tutorial for the PostgreSQL is the extreme unleashing for the minimum and maximum function. So now let's explore for the minimum and maximum function in the PostgreSQL. So it's a powerful tool for extracting the minimum and the maximum values from your data, okay. So first of all, discuss the minimum and the maximum function are you go to the tools for finding the smallest and the largest values in your data, okay. So let's start by understanding for the basic syntax and use case of this essential function, okay. So first of all, create and use of the minimum functions, okay. Then first of all, type for the select and also type for the minimum. So here I'm use for the column name first salary, okay. And then I'm also use for the as statement and then type for the minimum underscore the salary, okay. And then type for from, and my table name is the employee, okay. So now it's completed, and then select this code, sorry, is a data and execute it. So here is perfectly sure for the minimum salary is at 35,000, okay. So here I'm only for the minimum function to find the minimum salary from the employees table, and result in case in the lowest salary within the data stage, okay. So next step, I'm creating for the minimum function for the maximum. Sorry, and I'm use for the maximum function for the maximum value, okay. So let's explore for the maximum function, which is just offset by driving the maximum values, okay? And particularly useful for the undefined for the outlier or the tops, okay? So now I'm going for in this code in the data inside, and now I'm change it. So here I'm use only for the maximum salary, and then going for the as, and here I'm type for the maximum is the max salary, okay? From the table is employee. So now again select this data and then execute it. So perfectly show the salary, maximum salary is 75,000. So here I'm only using for the maximum function to find the maximum salary from the employee table. It gives us the highest salary within the database, okay? So next step, I'm going and here I'm create for the both minimum and maximum are limited to the individual values. These are also used by the group to find extreme with the different groups. Okay, so let's explore and create it. So first of all, I'm going for here, and then type is the department. Okay, department, and then is this data. So first of all, create is minimum salary. Okay, and then going for as for here use for the minimum, and then going for and the next. So now I'm used for the comma. Okay, is comma created, and then first of all going for here, and then type for the maximum. Okay, and then type the salary. Okay, and also use for the as functions, and then type for the maximum underscore salary. Okay, so first of all type is the select department, then minimum salary, and also create a maximum salary, and the table is the employee. Okay, and now I'm also create for the group by, then type is the department. Okay, so the department created and the semicolon. Okay, so here I'm used for the both minimum and maximum function with the group by to find the minimum and the maximum salaries with its department. Okay, so now select these data and execute it. So here is perfectly sure the department is the software civil identity HR, and minimum salary and then the maximum salary is both is perfectly sure for only the output. Okay, so it's a powerful way to analyze the stream within a different segment of your data. Okay, so I'm completely covered for this session. Is quick guide to unleashing the power of minimum and maximum function in PostgreSQL. Okay, so we covered firstly the basic uses of finding extremes with the groups. Okay, and create for the data and then time. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session and perfectly create in this exam. Suppose I'm using this in this example, create only PostgreSQL admin panel and or the database of a person. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed in this session and creating. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everybody, welcome back to today's new tutorial. So in this session I'm created for the PostgreSQL for the counting. Okay, so it's the create for the count function. So the count function is the PostgreSQL, a powerful tool for the telling and summarizing your data from basic users to more advanced applications. Okay, so now let's get started. So the count function is a go-to tool for telling the number of rows in your data. So let's understanding for the basic syntax. Okay, so first of all, create is the basic uses of the count function. Okay, so first of all, type is the select and then type for is the count, and a type for the count function with a for the star sign. Okay, and then I'm using for the as a function. And now first of all, type is the total employee. Okay, total underscore employees, and also type the from and the table name. Suppose the is employees. Okay, so now this data is created. So now I'm just select in this data and then execute it. So here is perfectly sure for the total employee is 3. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so here is print for the total employee number is 3. Okay, so here I'm just use the count function and to find the total numbers of the employee in the employees table. Okay, so first here count function is the star sign is the will count is used to the count for all row in the table. Okay, so next step I'm creating and using for the count function with the distinct to unique counts. Okay, so first of all, and this account can do more than just a daily or all row, and let's explore how to use it with a distance for the count unique values within a column. Okay, so I'm going for here the select count, and in this insert, first of all count remove for the star sign, and now here type is as a distance. Okay, okay, so distance is created, and create a type for the department. Okay, so now type the department, and I'm here use the unique departments. Okay, so now first of all I'm just removing this total employee and type for the unique is a unique underscore for the department. Okay, so now this code is completed. Okay, so here in this the all data I'm just select and then execute it. Okay, so here's perfectly sure for the unique department the number is 3. Okay, so here I'm just use for the count function with the distance to count the number of the unique department in the employee table. So it's a handy way to find the diversity within your data. Okay, so next step I'm create for the group by count. Okay, so the count isn't limited to the individual count, so it can also be used with the group by to get a count with the different groups. Okay, so first of all I'm going for in this code inside, and then just I'm going for here and then select for first of all I'm type the select department. Okay, and then use for the count. So in this is distinct departments. Now I'm remove, then previously usually is at the star sign and is for the employee count. Okay, so now just remove this, and first of all type is the employees for the count function. Okay, and the table is the employee, and the next line use for the group by function. Okay, group by, and then group by the column name is the department. Okay, and then semicolon. So here just use the count function with the group by to count the numbers of the employees within its department. Okay, so now just select this data and then execute it. So here is the employee for as employee is count for the department. The count is the error in the syntax. Okay, so it's not respect, so because deep. Okay, so again this day, so here now in this comma, so now I mistakenly skip, so just again take it. So first of all, and this select and then execute it. So perfectly sure for the output is department for the marketing, software and idea, and employee count is 1. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so it perfectly successfully way to analyze your data on a more is the granular level. Okay, so next one I'm creating for the using for the count function with the conditions. Okay, so the count can be customized to be count only the row that need a specific condition. So let's explore how to use it with the where cost condition counts. Okay, so now let's get started. So here I'm going for the count function. So first of all, firstly remove for this department. Okay, and then going for is the count function, and here I'm just type for the senior employee. Okay, so in this count remove, and first of all type is a senior underscore then employee, and the table name is employees, and then where. So I'm just use for the where is a where, and also type for the experience here. Okay, so sub type for the experience and underscore the type for the years. Okay, years is but then 5. Okay, and then type for the, so suppose I'm here at the 3. Okay, so then it's the same clone. So now I'm here I will only use the count function with the conditional in the well cost to the count the number of the employees with the experience of the 3 years or more. Okay, so now just select in this data and then execute it. So here is perfectly sure is the same senior employee is 2. Okay, so in this output is perfectly worked. Okay, so I'm first of all going for and open for my table is all total row and columns. So first of all I'm open for the new query tools. Okay, then I'm just type. So first of all type is the select. Okay, and then start from use for the table for the employees. Okay, okay, so I'm just again take. Okay, and then semicolon. So now I'm just select this data and then execute it. So here is opening for the all total tables, total 3 row, and in this the total column. Okay, so here you used for the experience years for the 5 and 2. Okay, I'm open 5 and the 2, and then open 4 and 3. Okay, so here in this perfectly work in this step, and it's great way to focus on a specific subset of your data. Okay, so I hope in this session I'm completely and use for the count function with the conditional where count in the number of employees. Okay, so it's a quick guide to mastering for the count function in the PostgreSQL. And in this session, I'm perfectly covered for the basic uses, counting unit values, grouped counts, and even conditional counts. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this session. So thank you for watching and happy querying. Okay, hello, we will come back to today's answer tutorial. So in this station, I'm creating for the sum function in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so it's a powerful tool for adding up and summarizing for your numerical data. So now it's from a basic users to more advanced applications. Okay, so first of all, the sum function is your ally for the adding up the numerical values within your data. So let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use a case of the essential functions. Okay, so now going for here in this the pgAdmin for inside. So first of all, type the select. Okay, so select and then type use the sum function. So sum function inside a type for the salary range. Okay, the salary, and now I'm use for the as function and also type for the total underscore salary underscore paid. Okay, and then type from and the table name for the employees. Okay, so now just create it. So here first of all use the sum function and to find the total salary paid to all employee in the employee table. Okay, so first of all select this data and then execute it. So here perfectly show the total salary paid for the 50,000. Okay, so total for is the 5,70,000. Okay, so it's a simple use to powerful way to aggregate numerical data. Okay, so next step I'm create first of all is the sum function with the group by for the group sum. Okay, so the sum isn't limited to individual sums. It can also be used with the group by to get sums within different groups. So let's explore how to create. So first of all, I'm going for in this code inside, then type falsely the department. Okay, the department, and then type for the sum salary as total paid. Okay, and then going for the next line for the employees, and here I'm also type for the group by. Okay, group by, and then type for the department. Okay, so now type the semicolon. So here I'm use falsely the sum function with the group by to find the total salary paid with each department. So I'll select this data, then execute it and all refresh. So perfectly sure for the group by salary is the software and the CV and the IT and the HR. Okay, so the total salary paid and use the department. Okay, so it's a powerful way to analyze your numerical data or a more granular level. Okay, so next one I'm just create for the condition and use the sum function. Okay, the sum function can be customized to some only row that need a specific condition. So let's see how to use it with the higher cost to the conditional in the conditional sum. Okay, so first of all I'm going for here and then falsely remove for in this the department. Okay, and then going for the salary for as total salary paid and the employees, and now here I'm use for the where. Okay, so it's the where and then type the salary and then type for is the greater than, suppose the greater than. Okay, so I'm just open for my table. Okay, so here first of all I'm type then going for here and then type for the salary is 50,000. Okay, so I'm going for again. Okay, so then semicolon. So first of all I'm here use the sum function with the conditional with the records to find the total salary paid to the employee with salary is greater than is and a great way to focus on a specific submit of your date. So now just select in this data and then execute. Okay, so here perfectly total salary paid for is the 40. And then 40. This is the output. So it's print for, so here print for the polite is the 5,000 is the total salary range. Okay, so here in this perfectly for is a great way to focus on a specific subset for all of your data. Okay, so in this session I'm just completely correct and perfectly guide to unleashing the power of the sum function in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so now I have covered first with the basic uses and then create for the product sum, condition sums, and is completely created. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session for PostgreSQL or the database operation. So thank you for watching. Here we will come back to today's and the tutorial. So in this session I'm create for the PostgreSQL for any operator. So unleashing the power of the state comparison. So PostgreSQL for any operator is a tool for comparing values within the state. Okay, so the any operator is a key to same data for state company comparison is a PostgreSQL. And let's start by understanding the basic syntax and create the incredible value for your data queries. Okay, so first of all I'm create for the basic any operator. So first type the select. Okay, and then type for the employee ID and also type for the employee name. Okay, so first line is completed and then select from the table is employees. Okay, so now I'm just type for the words and use the salary columns, and now I'm type for is get greater than, now use for the any operator, and now I'm type the select. Okay, and then type the salary and use the from the table is use for the new table for the benchmark salaries. Okay, so I'm just type is the is benchmark underscore seller is the salaries. Okay, so I'm just okay, so complete in this. So I'm just create the complete for the semicolon. Okay, so first of all I'm use the any operator to compare the salaries. So let's selecting employees IDs and names only for the employees whose salary is greater than and any salary is benchmark set. Okay, so I'm just take it, so I'm falsely select in this data and execute. So here is a pen only for the employee ID. Okay, so sign is changed. So now again select in this data. So he's perfectly sure for the table at the employee ID and the employee name. Okay, so this employee table salary range inserted for the previous tutorial created. The salary is something is 60,000, 50,000, and 40,000. But in this benchmark salaries table inserted, the high salaries is the 70,000. So because so here in this first step I'm just assign change and complete and show for the output. Okay, so next one I'm create for any with the subqueries. Okay, so any is often paired with the subqueries for the dynamic comparison. So let's explore how it use the subqueries. Okay, so I'm use for the same data. So first of all type the salary for the salary and then type use the, okay, so now going for here, okay, so now firstly type the salary, and the table is from bench, is the benchmark salaries, and then I'll use, okay, so here firstly I'm type the where the department ID is equal, the table is employees dot the department ID. Okay, so now this table data completed. So here I'm just use, and we enhance companies by comparison by using a subquery with any operator. So let's selecting for the employee ID and names only for the employees whose salary is greater than for any salary benchmark set with the same department. Okay, so now I'm just select and then execute it. So here's open for the employee ID is 3, and then employee name is Williams, is the same department step bug. Okay, so in this step is completed. So next one I'm creating for the any with the multiple conditions. Okay, so I'm use for this data. Okay, so I'm just for some queries add. Okay, so here in this uses so I'm just change. Okay, you take it from the benchmark salary, the department, and then department ID, and I'm also use for the and operator, and then type for the job title. Okay, so the job title is equal then marketing. Okay, the marketing, and then completed. So here I'm just use any operator with a subquery containing for the multiple conditions. Okay, so now selecting in this data and execute it. So here is open for only column because I'm selling change. So high salary uses for the benchmark salaries, but employees table use the low salary. So I'm just sign change, and then again select in this data and then execute. So here is open for the marketing. So I'm just change for the department. Okay, so here I'm use for the development department. Okay, here's the development, and then again select in this data and execute it. So here is open for the output is 3, and I'm just taking it my table all information. So now I'm just select in this table name for the benchmark salaries and just copy, and then going for here and just change. Okay, so just paste this data, and then select for is data, and then execute it. So perfectly show for the my table information. So the job title and the salary is 50,000, 70,000, and 40,000. Okay, so this is the output. So here is the developer whose salary is greater than for any salary in the benchmark within the same department. Okay, and again I'm changing for the another department. Okay, so I'm going, so I'm just open for the new query. Okay, so okay, so here and open for the query tools. So first of all I'm select in this data and going for the next line, and here I'm just type for the employees. Okay, employees, and then select and then execute it. So here just a salary range this is. Okay, So it's basically perfectly you see for high salary range for the in the benchmark salary table. Okay, so I hope you're understanding in the session and is unleashing the power of the set is compressing with the AND operator in PostgreSQL. So I'm covered for the basic uses and with the subqueries handling for and also using it with multiple conditions for the pre-sales set. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session perfectly create for PostgreSQL or the database operations. So thank you for watching and happy querying. Welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session, I'm creating for the like operator. Okay, so the like operator is a PostgreSQL powerful tool for better matching and filtering your data. Okay, so now create firstly a basic is just to more advanced applications. Okay, so first of all, discuss is the like operator. So the like operator is a key to performing pattern matching within your data and understanding the basic syntax and use cases of this essential operator. Okay, so first of all, I'm going in this here the admin for the PostgreSQL, and the first of all type the select. Okay, and also type for the employee name. Okay, employee underscore name. Okay, and then going for the next line and the type for the from and type for the employees. Okay, and next line I'm use for the varchars. Okay, so now type for the employee underscore name, and now use for the like operator. Okay, so first of all type the like, and also first of all type is the Johan, and now use for the percentage sign. Okay, so now this created. So first of all here use the like operator to find employee names that start with the Johan. Okay, so now use also the percentage symbol or is module is a wildcard that match any sequence of the characters. Okay, so now I'm select in this data and then execute it. So here and there's the employees, so the employee name. Okay, employee name. So in this, first of all, here's in this select employee, and in this, so I'm just going from a table inside, and is the name falsely printed for the false name. Okay, so here is the employee name is not declared. So now I'm going for again in the code inside, and suppose I'm type the false name. Okay, false name, and then change this employee, and now again type the false name. Okay, so I'm again select in this data and then execute. So here is perfectly show for in this the first name column is show here on the screen. Okay, so in this first section is completed, and then going for the next step, and then for the percentage will card for any character. Okay, so it's a percentage will card is incredibly versatile, so it's made for any sequence of the character. Okay, so now first of all use the product name. So first of all I'm going for here, and then just scroll and just is the pen for is created for the product table. So here is step for the product name, then price instead and production date. Okay, so I'm going for first of all here, and then firstly type the product name. Okay, so here type for the product and the name. So the table name is suppose use for the table name is products. Okay, products, and next line again type for the product name. Okay, product name, and now use for the like operator. So here just use for the product name. Okay, so now I'm good for the where cause add product name, and then type for here is like operator is. So suppose just the name for the apple. Okay, and this one is created. So here falsely use the percentage sign is the will card to find the product names that contain the word the apple for anywhere in the name. So now just select in this data and then execute. Okay, so here firstly is a perfectly print for the product name is apple. Okay, so I'll just change it. So here firstly use the another product name. So suppose I'm use for the banana. Okay, is the banana. And now first of all here I'll use for the percentage sign, and then again just select in this data and then execute. So here is perfectly open for the banana is the product name. Okay, so in this step are perfectly working. So I'm just going for here and then change. So suppose I'm open for the price. Okay, price, and then it's change. Okay, so price. So I'm just again then select. Okay, and then execute. So here in this where cause is the like percentage is not run. Okay, so here I'm use for the again the use for the product name. Okay, product name. Okay, so first of all I'm going for here and then type for the product name. Okay, so is the price name in direct for the will card, the percentage sign is direct, the product name and show for the price is both are not open. Okay, so here I'm just change or I'm open for the and the first name. So suppose I'm type for the orange. Okay, so now I'm again select in this data and then execute. So here is perfectly open for the orange. Okay, so in this step is completed for the using percentage will card for any character. Okay, so now I'm going for the next step, and now I'm use for the using underscore is the will card for a single character. Okay, so first of all I'm going for the will card is as a powerful tool is met for any single character. So let's how it's work. Okay, so first of all here I'm type the host name. Okay, and then going for here I'm use for the another table for the employee. Okay, employees, and then again type for the last name. Okay, last name, and then I'm going for in this here inside. So first of all I'll type the single quotation. So I'm just take the employee table. Okay, so here opening, so is the last name. So I'm going for here and just type for the capital word S and type for the underscore up, also type for the MI and again underscore. Okay, so in this data is a working not. Okay, so now I'm just again is trying. So first of all here use for the underscore will card assigned to find the last number that starts with the S as the followed by the any two characters. Okay, and ending with for the in this sign. So this one, so I'm just in this data for select and then execute. So here is open, perfectly open for the column is the last name. Okay, the column is open, so here is not open for the column last name. Okay, so I'm just fill up for in this false type is Smith. Okay, so then again select this data and then execute. So perfectly open for this Smith is open for is the employee ID for 1, 2, 3. Okay, so here is my whole table's data. So Smith is the three times open. The first is the Smith 1 is the ID 1, and second is the ID 4, and the third is the ID 7 is the Smith is the 3 times open. Okay, so I'm going for here in the Smith. So in the session is completely so is a precise way to fit the database on a specific patterns. Okay, so I hope complete for in this session and create for completely. So it's a quick guide to mastering the like operator in PostgreSQL. So now I'm perfectly covered for the basic uses, and then use for the module for the wildcard for any character and wildcard for single character. Okay, so if you understanding and interesting in this session, so thank you for watching for happy pattern matching, and see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so thank you for watching. Cool, then we'll come back to other tutorial. So in this tutorial, create for the PostgreSQL in the in-operator. Okay, so now we'll explore for the in-operator in the PostgreSQL. It's a powerful tool for the filtering your data based on a set of the values. So now let's get started. So first of all, in-operator is you take it to filtering data based on a predefined set of values. So let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use case of this essential operator. Okay, so first of all, I'll create the basic uses for the in-operator. Okay, so now let's get started and create for the basic in-operator. So here, first of all, I've type is the select statement, and then type for the employee is the employee name. Okay, and then again type for the from, then table name for the employees. Okay, and then is for the where statement, and then type for the department. Okay, so then type the department, and now use for the in operator. So first of all, type the parenthesis, and then in a statement, first of all, type for the HR department, and then type for the IT department, and also type for the software department. Okay, so now this department is created, and then last one type for the semicolon. Okay, so first of all, here use the in operator to find the employee names in the HR, IT, or the software department. Okay, so now just select in this data and then execute it. Okay, so here in this the employee name is the, so it's the select for the employee. Okay, it's the employee node name. So I'm going for here. So it's the department name. Okay, so first of all, type the first name is a take it. Okay, so I'm just try it. Okay, it's the first name, and then type again and then execute it. Okay, so here perfectly open for the first name. Okay, so here I'm use for the department. Okay, department, and then again for select It's perfectly open for the department. Name is HR software. HR is the IT. Okay, so it's the all HR and software IT department is the open. Okay, so in this step, open for the basic in operator. Okay, so next one create for the combining in with other conditions. Okay, so here I'm just open for the salary range. Okay, so now I'm going for here and then type for the AND operator and then type for the salary. Okay, so salary now I'm used for the is greater than, okay, 55,000. Okay, so now I'm use the in operator along with the another condition to find the employee department in a specific for with salary is greater than 55,000. Okay, so now select this data. Okay, so select and then execute. So here in this the successfully run. So in this AND operations is working for no error. Okay, so here in this created for the add is okay. So last one. So okay, I'm create for the perfectly the same semicolon. Okay, so here in this created for the salary range. Okay, so I'm just take it for my table inside, and here is the open for is the all table all row are these are columns. Okay, so here's the open for the salary range. This is the salary range, and I'm create for is the AND operator, and the salary for is the 55,000. Okay, so this one is open. So it's a provide for find gain the control over your data is the filtering. Okay, so next line I'm create for the handle is the null values within and is null operator. Okay, so the handling for the null values is the crucial. So let's explore how to deal with the nulls using the in operator. Okay, so I'm just try it for in this is work or not working. Okay, so first of all I'm going for in this code inside and I'm using for the another table. Okay, so first of all now I'm using for the table is the products. Okay, products, then type for the product name. Okay, so here I'll use only the product ID. Okay, and then going for here and just remove for this and then type again for the product underscore ID. Okay, and then change for the table. So now I'm using for the products table. Okay, so this product table, and in this insert I'm just type for. So first of all I'm type the ID is 1, 2, and 3, and then use for the null operator, and I'm use for the OR. Okay, so that use for the OR operator, and here I'm use the product ID. Okay, so first of all I'll type the product. Okay, product underscore ID, and use for the its null operator. Okay, so I'm simply type for in this data, and in this data I'm now open and see the output for in this the data is perfectly working or not work Okay, so first of all, use the in operator here, and to find the product ID with the specific categories for IDs or not. Okay, so the is null condition ensure that you include products with not specified in this the category. Okay, so now I'm selecting this data and then execute it. So here's perfectly open for the product ID is integer, so 1 to 3, and I'm declare for the 1 to 3. Okay, so this is the output. Okay, so in this session I've completed, and is assure for the include product with the most specified in this the product ID. Okay, so it's open for only the product ID. I'm declare for 1 to 3. Okay, so 3 ID for inserted. Okay, so and there you have it, a quick guide to mastering the it operator in the PostgreSQL. So now I'm covered for in this session. Firstly, the basic uses for the in operator, and also use for the in combining it with other conditions, and then handling for the null values. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session for the Postgre or the database operations. So thank you for watching, and happy querying, and see you in the next session. Okay, here we'll come back to today's tutorial. So in this tutorial, create for the mastering the between operator. Okay, so the between operator is the PostgreSQL is a powerful tool for the filtering your data within a specified range. Okay, so from the basic use to more advanced applications, so let's delve into the world of in tips. So let's get started. So first of all, the between operator is your go-to tool for the filtering data within the specified range. Let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use case of this essential operator. Okay, so now let's get started. So I'm going for here in this in the pgAdmin for inside. So first of all, I'm type is the select statement, and then type for, so I'm use the for the product name. Okay, product name, and also use for the price. Okay, and next line I'm just type for the from, and type for the table name is the products. Okay, and next line I'm use for the where statement for cost, and then type for firstly the price, and use for the between operator, and then type for the range is 100, and also for the 200. Okay, and then type for the semicolon. So here I'm firstly use the between operator to find the product name and the price within the range of 100 and 200. So now just take it. So I'm just in this select, then going for here and execute it. So it's open for the product name for the apple, and the price is 100, and then open for the second product name is the banana is 200. Okay, so first step is completely done. Okay, so next step I'm using for the between with the days. Okay, so in the station just open here and use for the between is not just for the numeric value, is equally powerful with the date range. Let's explore how to use it with the dates. Okay, so first of all I'm going for here, and then open for the product ID. Okay, and also use for the production date. Okay, it's production underscore date. Okay, and then I'm going for the table for the products, and here I'm type for the production date. production underscore date, and first of all type for the date, suppose use as 2023, and then 12, and then type for is okay, so 06, and also again type for the date is created for the single quotation inside. So first of all type is the 2023, okay, and then type for 12, and also type for 10. Okay, so here I'm create for the single quotation inside also. Okay, so now first of all use the between operator to find the product ID and the production date within the range of the 2023 for December, and the date is 06. Okay, and also use this for the December for the date is the 10. Okay, so now I'm first select in this data and then execute. Okay, so here is a pen for only for the product's ID and the production date. Okay, so I'm just take it from my table inside. So it's at the okay, so I'm going for here. Okay, it's perfectly open for at this one. So I'm here the production date just use for this one. Okay, is mistakenly then table is not declared for the date. Okay, so I'm again take this. Okay, so I'm going for here, and then suppose take change for the date. So here use for the date is 16. Okay, and in this use for the 10. Okay, so again select in this date, sorry, in this data, and then execute again. See, here is perfectly now open for the output falsely print for the product ID is 1, is 4 and 6, and production date 4 is this. I'm just inserted this date perfectly open for the output section in this the output for the dates. Okay, so it's perfect for filtering date based on the specific date intervals. Okay, so next step create for the combining between with for the conditions. Okay, so step 4 in this select. So now just change. So first of all here type for the department. Okay, so in the station okay, so now first of all type is the first name. Okay, first name, and then also type for the salary. Okay, salary, and then change for my pre-table name. So I'm name use for the table is the employee, and then change for here use for the department. Okay, is the department. So then type for the department is equal. So single quotation inside just a type is a department for the software. Okay, and now use for here use the AND operator, and so now in this the between operator just remove. Okay, so now first type the AND, and then type for here in this the salary in the date real. So now type for the salary. Okay, and here now type for the between operator. Okay, between, and then use for the salary range. So first of all, okay, so now Okay, so it's the way employees. So now I'm here falsely type for the salary range. Okay, so I'm going for here and then remove this date. So now I'm type for the salary range is the 60,000, and is for the end operator is the 75,000. Okay, so now declare for the salary range, and here I'm falsely use for the between operator along with the another condition to find the employee is the false name, and the salary is the department for the software, and with the salary range between for the 60,000 and the 75,000. Okay, so now I'm select in this data. Okay, and then execute. So here's a pen perfectly. So false name is Bob, and the department for the software, and then salary range is the 75,000. Okay, so again they change. So I'm just here a pen for the HR department. Okay, so HR, and then again select and then execute. So here is a pen for the HR department, and the employee false name is Alice, and the salary range is the 60,000. Okay, so it provides for find gain control for the data filtering. Okay, so in this session I'm completely created and quick guide to mastering the between operator in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so I'm perfectly covered for the basic uses using the between operator depth, and also use for the combining it with the conditions. Okay, and perfectly sure for the output. Okay, so I hope you understanding in this session for PostgreSQL or the database operations. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching, for happy querying, and see for you in the next session. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello, everyone, come back to today's another tutorial. So today's tutorial create for the PostgreSQL a powerful feature that allow you to rename for the columns and table is better readily for the Alias. Okay, so the Alias is the most important and understanding data from basic uses to more advanced applications. So let's dive into the world of Alias. So let's get started. So first of all, the Alias are a fantastic way to make your SQL queries more readable and the consist. Okay, so let's start by understanding the basic syntax and use case of the Alias. Okay, so first of all, I'm going for here for the pgAdmin var is the PostgreSQL admin. Okay, so now it is started. So first of all, I'm type in the select. Okay, and then type for the employee. Okay, employee, and choose employee ID. Okay, so now I'm use for the as a function and the type for the ID. Okay, and then I'm again type for the employee name. Okay, so this name, and then again use for the as a function, so just type for our name. Okay, and also use for the salary. Okay, is a salary, and again use for the as a function, and then change for the salary is the income. Okay, so now this data created and then call for my table. So suppose so now I'm type for is a from, and then table name is employee. Okay, so now this data is created. So here first use the Alias to rename columns in the results set. It makes the output more for the human readable by productive in the meaningful names like ID, the name, and then income. Okay, so now I'm select in this data and then execute. So here perfectly show for the ID, name, income, Okay, the change is the first of all here is the employee ID, then employee name, and then salary. Okay, and then Alias function uses for if is the column name is perfectly changed. So first create is the ID, then name, and the income. Okay, so here is created. Then I'm going for the next step and then type firstly the Alias table created. Okay, so next step I'm creating for the Alias table. Okay, so first of all I'm going for the index code inside, and here I'm just simply type type is e dot employee ID, and then also create so now I'm in this all this data and I'm just remove. Okay, so now I'm type for e dot for the employee name. Okay, employee name. Okay, and then I'm just type for the d dot for the department name. Okay, it's a department and underscore name. Okay, so now I'm going for this from inside, and here I'm also type for the as a function for e. Okay, and then going for the next line, and I'm also here type for the use the join function, and then type for the departments. Okay, department again use for the as function for d, and again use for the on function for the type for e dot for the department ID. The department underscore ID, and then is equal type for the d dot is again type for the department ID. So I'm just here in this data copy and then paste here. Okay, so and then the semicolon. Okay, so first of all in this example I'm use the Alias table Alias for e and d to reference the employees and the departments table for the respectively. Okay, so now just select in this data and then execute. Okay, so here in this column for a join is a department as suppose the perhaps in this reference. Okay, so here going for so I'm just take it at this so then I can select and then execute. See here in this, because here not join but as d on e department ID, and okay, see here in this not working, but I here in this show for my table. Okay, so first of all I'm going for here and then okay I'm just open for my table. Okay, so first time open for my employee table, then type for select and then store, then from the table is employees, and then select and then execute. So here's perfectly open for my table, and then open for my another table is the department. Okay, so then type for department, is the department table, and then select and then execute it. So here in this perfect show for the output, because in this the Alias table Alias is not here, is not connected, so is the so I'm going instead for the next step. Okay, so in this table I'm not working now. Okay, so you for more practice, and then in this employee table, in this table is perfectly working, so I'm move for the next step. So here I'm creating for the alias in the calculations. Okay, so first of all, in this alias is the can also be used in the calculations, is providing the clarity to your computed values. Okay, so let's create it. So now I'm going for in this select statement, then remove for in all. Okay, so first of all I'm remove all this all data, then type firstly is the select, and I'm used for the another table. So suppose I'm type is at the product name. Okay, and then also type the unit price, unit price, and then again type for the unit price, unit price, and now I'm using for the star sign for 0.9. Okay, and then use for the as a function. So now I'm type for the disconnected price. Okay, sorry, disconnected. No, it's not. It is discounted. Okay, it's a discounted price. And then going for the next line, and here I'm type for the table name. So first time type is a from, and the table name is the products. Okay, so it's before I'm sure for my table. Okay, so I'm going for here and then just type for the products. Okay, so this department remove and then type products, and then now select this data and then execute. Okay, so perfectly sure for my table for the product ID, product name, and the unit price. So I'm going for my main data inside. Okay, so first of all here I'm use and Alias for the discounted price for the result of the calculation for the unit price is okay. So now I'm selecting this data and then execute. So it's perfectly sure in this column name for the discounted price. Okay, so it's a great way to give a meaningful name to computed value in your output. Okay, so I hope you're understanding in this session. So in this session I'm perfectly completed and is a quick guide to unleashing the power of Alias in the PostgreSQL. And in this session I perfectly covered firstly basic uses for the columns and tables, and next create for the Alias in calculations. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching, and happy PostgreSQL or the database person. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello, we'll come back to today's most important topic for the PostgreSQL for the giant. Okay, so it's the most powerful of relationships. So now we will explore the use of giants in the PostgreSQL. It's a crucial feature so that allow you to combine for data from the multiple tables based on related columns. Okay, so firstly, the basic is a join few more advanced applications. Okay, so the joins are the backbones of the relational database, allowing you to connect data from the different tables. So let's start by understanding the basic syntax and types of the joins. Okay, so first of all I'm going for here and then type for simple joined data. Okay, so first time type is a select and then type for the employees. Okay, employees dot the employees I'm using for the employee ID, employee underscore ID. Okay, so next one I'm use for the again employees dot the employee's name. Okay, employee name. Okay, and now I'm using for the departments. Okay, is the departments dot and the type for the department name. Okay, is a department underscore name. Okay, so in this line completed, and then I'm going for the next line and then type for. So first of all, use a from, and the table is employees. Okay, is the employees. Then going for the next line, and now I'm use for the inner join. Okay, inner join, and now and type for the another table for the departments, and now use for the on functions, and then type for the employees dot type for the department underscore ID is equal, and again type for the departments dot then type for the department ID. Okay, the department underscore ID and then semicolon. Okay, so in this example, firstly use the inner join to combine for the data from the employees and the department table based on the common for the here in this the common, then the ID. So it's retrieved for the employee's name along with the respective department names. Okay, so here, so now just take in this data and then select. So now execute it. So you're perfectly sure for the department name for in this the two table in the same column. Okay, so I hope I'm complete for in this first session for the join. So I'm perfectly connected for the two table is a common table for is the department name. Okay, so in this for the joins are is for the different type for the PostgreSQL. So first is create the first type is the inner join. So inner join is written records to that have his matching values in the boot table, and the left join return all records from the left table and the match record from the right table, and the right table is written all records from the right table. Okay, and the match record from the left table. Okay, and last one for the full join is written all records when there is a match in either a left or right table. Okay, so in the session I'm completely create for the join and use for on example and perfectly combine for two table and insert for the common column for the department name. Okay, so perfectly create and is and guide to unleashing the power of the joins with the PostgreSQL. Okay, so I will be enjoying the session for the PostgreSQL or the database operation. Okay, so thank you for watching and see you in the next session. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello, I'm going to come back to today's another tutorial. So in this session, I'm creating for the inner join for the out of the data collection. So the power of the inner join is the PostgreSQL is the fundamental tool for the combining data from the multiple table based on the related columns. Okay, so now create for the basic syntax and to real world application. So let's explore the beauty of the inner join. So let's get started. So the inner join is the workhorse of the data collection in relational data database. Okay, so let's start by understanding for the basic and create for bring to your queries. Okay, so now in this session I'm creating for the inner join. As previous example, previous tutorial I'm creating for the join. Okay, so now I'm creating for the inner join. Okay, so first of all I'm type is the select and then type for the by table, post table is the employee, okay? It's the employees, and they use for the dot, and then I'm just type for the, okay? So in this, the employee, just copy, and then just paste, and underscore create as the ID, okay? And then I can type for the employees dot create for the employee name, okay? It's now just type for the department, okay? The department, so now this department copy, and then going for here, okay? And then for dot, so now I'm type for the, here use only the department name, okay? So paste and underscore name, okay? So now I'm going for next line and then type falsely the from, okay? And also type for the employees. And then next line I'm using for the inner join. Inner join. First of all, I'm type is the departments. Now is for the, okay, it's a department. And use for the on function, and now type for in this the employee, okay? Copy and paste, and here I'm use for the department ID. So now it's copy for the department, and here paste and type for the ID, okay? And it's equal update for the departments dot use for the in the same column for the department ID. So now this paste, okay, and last one create the semicolon, okay. So in this section, firstly create for the employee ID and employee name. So here use the inner join to connect for the data from the employees and department tables, and to match record based on the common default department ID or not. So now I'm just select this data and then execute, okay. So here perfectly show for the employee ID, employee name, and the department name, okay. So this is the output. So here's match for the employee ID, employee name, and the department name, okay. So the department name and employee name. So next step I'm create for the inner join with the multiple condition, okay. So you can make for the inner join for more flexible by using the multiple connection, and let's see how to apply this in real scenarios, okay. So I'm going for then the code editor inside for the pgAdmin 4, and then now falsely remove this data, and then you create for the select, and now use for the another table. So suppose I'm use for the orders table, okay. So here I'm already created for the orders table, and then type for the is dot, and then now then type is the order ID, okay. And then create for the, and the table is for the customers, okay. The customers, then create for dot, and then type is the customer name, and use for the orders, okay. Yeah, orders dot type for the order underscore date, okay. So I'm going for as in the end, then I'm type for the from, and the table name is the orders, okay. And next line I'm using for the inner join. Okay, inner join, then type for the customers and use the on function, and then type for the orders dot for the customer ID is the customer underscore ID, and is equal type for the customers dot customer ID. Okay, and then I'm also use for the end function, and then type for the orders dot is the order underscore date. Use for suppose the single condition is a type for 2023 for 12 and 10. Okay, so in this section, first of all, use for the orders table and the customers table. Okay, so here use and the inner join with the multiple condition to connect the data from the orders and the customers table, and we made for the records based on the common customer columns. Okay, so in the orders column, so I'm also used for the date. So now I'm used for the and filter by order placed for after is the 2023 and is then 12 is the December and the day is the 10. Okay, so just here take it. So in this data is perfectly show or not show for the output. Okay, so just again take for this. Okay, so just select in this data and execute. Okay, so here in this syntax for, okay, so in this syntax is error, so I'm just, okay, and again take this. So now I'm just, okay, so perfectly show for the output. So here append for the order ID and then customer name and then customer order date. Okay, so here in this the order date, so here insert date because I'm created for this table. Okay, so I'm open for the table. So here I'm just open for the new query. Okay, so I'm going for here and this is the demo underscore database and open for the query tool. So first of all, I'm open for here and then type for the select, then store from. Suppose I'm used for the orders table. Okay, so then select and execute. Okay, so here show for the output is the order date for the numerical open. Okay, so this is the output. See here I'm inserted for the order ID, customer ID, order name, and the order date. Okay, so I have understanding in this table. So in this section, I'm completely create and quick guide to mastering the out of the inner join in the PostgreSQL. So you're covered basic uses for the multiple conditions and also create for the perfectly. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this session and perfectly create for the PostgreSQL or the database operation for the inner join. Okay, so thank you for watching and for happy joining, and see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session, I'm created for the PostgreSQL is a left join. Okay, so it's exploring for the world of the inclusive connections. So now let's create it for the part of the left join in the PostgreSQL. It's a tool that allows us to type all the records from the left table and match a record from the right table. Okay, so first of all, this left join is are possible inclusively in the data connection. So let's start by understanding the basic syntax and then create inclusive value is being it for your queries. Okay, so first of all, I'm going for here and then type firstly the select and also type use for the department. Okay, is a department, and now copy. It's a department, and then going for here, and then dot use for the department ID. Okay, and again type for the departments. Okay, departments dot use for the department name. Okay, and also use for the employees. So I'm just going for the next line, and then type for is from for the departments. Okay, and next line I'm falsely type. Okay, so I'm just complete for in this line. Okay, so first time I'm going for in this insert, and here I'm just type for the employee. Okay, there is the employees dot. So in this employees, just I'm copy, and then here just paste for employee underscore name. Okay, so I'm going for here in this line. Okay, at the departments, and going here and falsely type for the departments. Okay, and next line I'm used for the left join. Okay, is the left join, and then type the employees that is for the on function, and then type for the department. Okay, is a department dot type for the department ID, and is equal just type for the employees. Okay, employees dot type for the department and underscore ID, and then semicolon. Okay, so in this first example, and falsely create and use our left join to carry data from the departments and the employees table. It drives all departments along with the employee's name if there are any match. Okay, so now I'm just here, and then select in this data and then execute. Okay, and here is show for the department ID, department name, and the employee name. Okay, so here's the first table. It's matched for the department name for the IP, and the employee name is Smith, and the second two column, 2 row is not matched for the employee name. Okay, so now I'm perfectly sure for the undo. Okay, so now I'm going for the next step, and here I'm used for the left join with aggregation. Okay, so the left join play will with aggregation. So let's explore how we can leverage them to get comprehensive insight your data. Okay, so I'm first of all going for in this code inside, and previously I'm used for in this data. Okay, and now I'm type for here in this name slide. So now I'm type for the account. Okay, it's account, and first of all I'm used here. Okay, going to this. So okay, so here there is type for the parenthesis, and now it's closing for okay this parenthesis. Okay, so just type here, and in this insert I'm just closing for the parenthesis. So count insert type is the employees dot employee ID. Okay, it's employee ID, and now in this outside I'm type for the S function and simply type for the employee count. Okay, employee underscore count. Okay, so I'm going for here in this code from is the department, and then I'm going for the next line and use create for the left join for employees or departments for the department ID, and then the employee for the department ID. Okay, and then going for the next line, I'm just type for the group by method use. Okay, is a group by. So now I'm type for the department, now copy, and here just type for the departments dot department ID, and also use again for the departments dot for the department name. Okay, so this code created completely, and here I'm just create and use falsely the left join to count from the data the department and the employees table, and counting the numbers of the employee in each department, and the left join ensure that event departments for without employee are included in the result. Okay, so now I'm just take it in this data is perfectly is working working now. So first of all, I'm selecting this data and then execute it. Okay, so perfectly work for in this data. So here's pin for the department ID was 231 is a left join, and then department name process software IT and HR, and the employee count, so count software is 0. Okay, and the ID is 1 and the user is 0 for the empty. Okay, so now perfectly printed for the output. Okay, so in this session is completely create and guide to give exploring for the world of the left join in the PostgreSQL. So in this session, I'm completely covered for the basic uses and also uses for the left join with aggregations. Okay, so I hope you enjoy this session and perfectly create for your PostgreSQL or the database operations. So thank you for watching and happy joining, and see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so thank you for watching. We'll come back to today's another tutorial. Since in this session I'm creating for the PostgreSQL for the right line. Okay, so it's eliminating the path of the writer's connections. Okay, so it's a right join tool that allows us to retrieve all records from the right table and match a record from the left table. Okay, so now let's get started. So the right join is a guiding start to the right elements in data connections. So let's start by understanding the basic syntax and the incredible values it brings to your queries. Okay, so now first of all create the basic right join. Okay, so I'm going for in this code inside, and then first type the select, and also type at the is not the employee. Okay, is the employees, and now suppose I'm copy this data and then going for here and just type for a dot or use the employee ID. Okay, and then again type for this table name for employees dot use the employees and underscore name. Okay, so I'm going for next line and type for from, and the table is employee. Okay, so I'm complete for in this select statement. So here I'm type for employee name, and now I'm used for another table for the departments. Okay, departments, and then type for the depart again. Okay, so I'm just copy this. Okay, and paste for the department. Okay, so now I'm used for the department's name. Okay, so I'm going for the next line, and here I'm used for the from is the employee table, and then going for next line create the right join. Okay, so first of all I'm type is the right join, add is for the departments or use the on function, and also type for the is. Okay, so here this copy and then paste for here in this the employees dot type for the department ID, and is equal again type for the department dot is a type for the department ID. Okay, so this copy and in this line paste. Okay, and last one the semicolon. So here in this example I'm forced to use the right join and to connect it for the data is employees and add the table for the departments table, and it retrieves all employees along with the respective departments and ensuring for no employee is left behind. Okay, so now I'm select this data and then execute it. So again, okay, just refresh. So missing from the entry table is the department. Okay, so I'm going for, okay, so here I'm just mistakenly is now type. So then I'm against for select in this data. Okay, I'm going for here and then again type, and I again select and execute it. Okay, so perfectly show for the employee ID, employee name, and the department. Okay, sample ID 1 is employee name is Smith and department for the item, so is a right join. Okay, so I'm also created here's suppose the right join with the filtering conditions. Okay, so I'm going for in this code inside, and then I'm type for here in this the new table data. Okay, so I'm going for here and then type for the customers table is the customers, and now in the customer just copy and going for here and just employee, so not it removes for the paste for the customer ID, and again then here is the customers dot type for the customer name. Okay, and also use for the orders. Okay, so I'm just scroll, so I'm here type for the orders and the table. Okay, so the orders and then use for the orders ID. Okay, so now remove and then type for the order underscore ID. Okay, so I'm going for here and then select from the table is customers. Okay, the customers and use for the right join for the orders. Okay, is the orders for the customer. Okay, so now remove this and paste for the customer table, and now I'm use for the customer ID. Okay, so paste for the customer. Okay, so I'm again copy and now paste. So here I'm use the customer ID. It's not working, so I'm again and the take copy and then paste. Okay, so now use for the customer ID and then going for here and then type for the orders and open for the customer ID. Okay, and just paste for the customer ID. Okay, so now in this data is created completely, and then going for here, and first of all in this example I'm used for the right join with the customer in the condition in the connected for the data from the customers and the orders table respectively understate in the customer who have only in this the customer join ensure. Okay, So I'm just select in this data and then execute it. So here is a pin for the customer ID is 3 and the customer name and the Bob and the order ID is 1. Okay, so now here I'm also use this for the AND operation. Okay, so suppose I'm just type here is the AND operation and then type for the orders. Okay, and then type for dot use for the order date. Okay, order date and is for the is null. Okay, and then the semicolon. So now here I'm use for the condition for, and then select in this data and then execute it. So here is a pin for in this the 2 for the customer ID and the customer name is null. It's perfectly open for the customer ID is 1 to 3. Okay, so here I'm just here show user and show for the output tag. Okay, so again this pin. So here's a perfectly open for the customer ID name and the order ID. Okay, so now let's join is ensure we get all orders with the regardless. Okay, regardless of the either they have a matching order for the customers or not. Okay, so in this session and I'm completely create and guide to eliminating the path the right joined in the PostgreSQL. So I'm perfectly cover for the basic uses and then filtering conditions. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session and perfectly create for your database for the PostgreSQL and or the database operations. Okay, so thank you for joining and see you in the next tutorial. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello you guys, welcome back to this the tutorial. So in this session I'm created for the PostgreSQL for the full join is bridging the gap between the table. Okay, so now explore for the possibility of the full join is the PostgreSQL is a powerful tool that retrieves all records from both a table, ensuring no data is left behind. Okay, so first of all, the full join is your bridge to comprehensive data collection. So let's start understanding the basic syntax and the incredible values is being to your queries. Okay, so now I'm going for the here and there is a pgAdmin info panel website. So previously created for the provide join and in this code uses. Okay, so now I'm create for the full join. Okay, so I'm use here the employees. So first of all I'm type is the employees. Okay, is the employees and then use for the copy for this. Okay, so just copy in this employee and paste for here. Okay, so I'm just paste for the employee ID and I'm also use for the customer. So here is remove. So now I'm just a type for the employees and then I'm used for the employees name. Okay, and I'm also here at the department. Okay, so I'm just okay, so I'm going for the department inside. So just I'm just type for the departments. Okay, the departments and also create for the department name. Okay, so I'm firstly copy this data and paste for here. Okay, and paste. So now it's created for the departments, indicate for the department. Okay, so here I'm just going for okay, up is only for the department name. Okay, so I'm just IGM. So now type for is the name. Okay, so in this created and then I'm going for and this table inside. Okay, so I'm used for the table is the employees. Okay, is the employees and now is for the full join. Okay, okay, is the full join. So I'm use firstly the departments. Okay, is the departments, and then again use for the department ID, and also use for here the departments, and then type for the is department ID. Okay, and here I'm just change for these customers, so I'm just use for the count is for the employees. Okay, so just copy employees and here just paste. Okay, so now on this my old data is created. Okay, so now I'm going for, so in this step, first of all create and is for the full join to connect data from the employees and the department table to retrieve all employee and the respective department first name, ensuring no on and no department is left behind. Okay, so now first of all I'm selecting this data and then execute it. So here's perfectly show for the output. So firstly paint my table. So in this table for the employee ID and the employee name and then department name. Okay, so this is output. So now I'm going for the next step, create for the full join with aggregations. Okay, so first of all in this full join play with the aggregation. So let's explore how you can deliver them to get is a comprehensive insight from your data. Okay, so first of all I've created here the department. Okay, so first of all I'm copy for in this department and now paste for here. Okay, so the department and also use for the department ID. Okay, so again use for the department. Okay, so it's the department and then use for the department name. Okay, so now I'm going for next step and get for the count. Okay, so first of all I'll new this data. Okay, and again. Okay, so now I'm type for is the count function. Okay, and then type for the parenthesis, and in this insert I'm type for the and the table for the employees dot type the employee underscore ID, and then and also use for the as function and then type the employee underscore count. Okay, so now I'm going for the from table insert, and here I'm use the from the table is the department. Okay, so now in this department is inserted, and then full join inserted. I'm just a type for the employees. Okay, so this copy and insert kit for the departments for the employees. Okay, and then here I'm used for the departments on the departments. Okay, the departments and the department ID is equal. So here I'm type for the employees. Okay, the employees, and then type for dot employee is the employees dot the department ID. Okay, so in this line is created, and then going for the next line. So now I'm used for the group by method. Okay, so the group by, so now I'm type for the it's a departments dot for the department ID, and also again use for the department dot the department name. Okay, and then semicolon. So in this example, first of all I'm use a full join to connect data from the depends on the departments and the employees table, and also use this for the counting the number of the employees for each department for the full join is ensure that all departments and all employees are included in the result. Okay, so now I'm selecting this data and then execute it. Okay, so perfectly here the output is open for the full join is the department name is the software, IT, and the nature, and then employee count is a 2, and the 1 to 0 and 1 0. Okay, this is the output. So here in this session, I'm creating a quickly guide to bring the gap between tables with a full join in the PostgreSQL. So now I'm cover firstly the basic uses the full join, and then uses for the full join is the aggregations. I completed for this one. So I hope you enjoy in this session and create for PostgreSQL or database operation. So thank you for joining and see you in the next session. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy querying. Okay. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial. So in this session, I'm creating for the exploring the power of the Cartesian collection. So in the Cartesian collections is the word of the cross join in PostgreSQL, a tool that creates the Cartesian product of a two level from basic syntax to real world applications. Okay. So the cross join is a key to Cartesian collections, as well as it started by understanding the basic syntax and incredible value in bringing your queries. Okay. So first of all, here in this code editor inside, so in this poll previously created, and now I'm used for the same data for the use of the cross join table. Okay. So first of all, here I'm create the this folder. So I've just removed this. Okay. So now I'm type the select and also type the employees dot employee ID. Okay. And then again use for the employee. So suppose I'm just copy this data and then paste here and then use for a dot, and again use for the employee name. Okay. And now also use for the department. Okay. The departments dot use the department name. Okay. So now I'm going for the next line, and here I'm use the from statement from the table name the employees, and also here now I'm create for the cross join. Okay, cross join. So and then type for the cross join for the departments. Okay, it's the departments. So there is remove, and last one type the semicolon. Okay. So in this simple example created, and the firstly I've used for the cross join to connect the data from the employees and the department table. So it's create a Cartesian product for operating employees with each department. Okay. So now select this data and then execute. So here is perfectly open for the table. All data is the columns. Okay. So print for the total columns and the row. Okay. So this is the output. So here in this need is the double printed because two table is attached for the in the all on table. Okay. So here is create for the ensuring every possible condition is the export. Okay. So now I'm going for next step, and here I'm create for the is cross join with aggregations. Okay. So first of all, I'm going for here, and then firstly type the is here the departments. Okay, use. Okay, so just copy this department and then going for here and paste. So first of all, I'm use the department ID, and then again use for the departments, and then create for the depart. Okay, so they create the department name. Okay, the department name, and now I'm also use for the count. Okay, so just show this data. Okay, so now I'm type for the count, and in this inside I'm type for the employee dot employee ID. Okay, and now used for the employees table. Okay, so here is also create and use for the as function, and type for the employee underscore count function. Okay, so now I'm going for in the next line, and here I'm just type for the department. Okay, in this departments, and then from and use for the employees. Okay, so employees, and then type again. So now I'm used for the group by method. Group by. So now I'm used for the group by. So I'm just a type for the departments. Let's copy this department and let's just paste here, and use the I'm just the department underscore ID, and then again a type for the departments dot the department's name. Okay, so now create for the cross join with the aggregation. So first of all, use the cross join to connect the data from the department and the employees table, and the counting the number of the employees in the each department. Okay, so now I'm select in this data and then execute it. So now show for the output is perfectly output show the department's ID and the department name and the employee count. Okay, so 33. Okay, so this is the output, and is the cross join is ensure that every department is considered with every employee combination. Okay, so next step I'm create for the is cross join with the filtering condition. Okay, so in this cross join, and then in this data for the aggregation is almost the same. So now I'm just type this one. So first of all, I'm type the customers table. Okay, it's customers. First of all, I'm just select copy in this code and type for here. So just the customers, and again use for the here use the customers, and then use for the okay use the customer's name. Okay, and customer name, and again use for the another table information. So just remove this data. Okay, so now I'm just type for the orders, the other table orders dot order underscore ID. Okay, so I'm going for in this from the table inside. Now I'm type for the first user customer table. It goes then use for the here I'm use the cross join for the orders table. Okay, and group, and now I'm just not use for this group by, and here I'm use for the higher cost. And then first of all type is the orders dot then type for the order underscore date use for the null. Okay, now create for the filtering condition. So first of all, here use the cross join to connect data from the customer and orders table, but we introduce where cost to focus on customer who haven't had any orders is date. Okay, so now I'm select this data and then execute it. So here is only open for the customer ID. Name is the column name. Okay, so here is not for or haven't or any other state. Okay, so you understanding in this session. So I'm completely quick and guide to exploring the part of the connection with the cross join in the PostgreSQL, and perfectly covered for the basic uses. Also uses the filtering condition and the aggregation for the cross join method. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed in this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding for the PostgreSQL database operation. Okay, hello everyone, come back to today's another tutorial. So session I'm creating for the PostgreSQL for the union operator. It's a data across table. Okay, so you explore for the powerful union operator in the PostgreSQL, the tool that allows us to combine rows from the different tables, and your SQL is making for the duplicates. Okay, so first of all, union operator is a conductor for the harmonizing data across a table. And let's start by understanding the basic syntax and incredible value it brings to your queries. Okay, so first of all, I'm creating for the basic union operator. Okay, so now I'm going for here and then the type for the select and then type for the employee ID. Okay, employee ID, and I can type for the employee name, and also type the department ID. Okay, so in this line created, then I'm type for, and the table name is the employees. Okay, and next line I'm use for the union operator, the union, and the next line type the select for the another table for the manager. Okay, is it manager, then underscore ID, and also type for the manager underscore name, and then type again for the department ID. Okay, next line again type for also type for the managers. Okay, and then last one type the semicolon. Okay, so first of all, in this example, I'm use the union operator and to combine for the data from the employees and the managers table. It's a select for the union row, ensuring for no duplicates and the harmonizing the data across both table. And now select for all data and execute it. So first of all, execute. So here open for the table. So here is inserted for the employee ID and then employee name, and also inserted for the employee is a department ID. Okay, so first step I'm completely created, and second step I'm created for the union operator with order by method uses. Okay, so I'm going for in this code inside. So previous example, I'm just create for the basic union operator, and now I'm create for the union operator with the order by method. Okay, so first of all, I'm select the employee ID, employee name, and department ID from the employee table, and extreme use the union for the manager ID, manager name, and department ID. So now I'm use for the order by method. Okay, so first of all, I'm type in the order and then by. So first now I'm type the department ID and then type for employee ID, employee underscore ID. So now inserted for the order by method. So here the union operator to combine data from the employees and the manager table and order by department ID and employee ID. This ensures the harmonious arrangement of our result set. Okay, so now I'm selecting this data and then execute. So here's open for the output is the integer for the employee ID, the employee name, and the department. So perfectly sure for the output. Since this step is completed, then I'm going for create a for union the all operator. So now I'm here is for the another table uses. So then here I'm change it and use for the product the product ID, and just a copy for in this product product, and then here inserted for the product name, and also use the unit price. So now I'm just is complete. So product table, then use for the now I'm used for the union all function, then select again the product ID, and also use for the product name, and here just order by removed, so I'm going for here and then type for the discounted products. Okay, so first of all I'm type the is discounted, I'm type for the price. Okay, and then semicolon, and then here I'm just input for the unit price. Okay, unit, so it's a table, so unit underscore price, and here I'm just use for the product. So first of all is the product name, then type for I'm just going for in this product inside and show for the table name. So here I'm using for the only product ID, product name, and then unit price. Okay, and then here I'm just type for first type the firstly select this, and here I'm just inserted for the in this price copy, and then paste. Okay, then inserted. So here I'm input from the products table. Okay, so now okay, so I'm just select in this data and then execute it. So here is a pen for the output is perfectly sure for the product ID, product name, and unit price. Okay, so firstly open for the product ID, and then open for the product name, and then open for the unit price. Okay, so this is the output, and here this can be used for when you want to include every occurrence of the data. Okay, so I will be understanding this session perfectly. Create the data across for the table with the union operator in the PostgreSQL, and completely create and cover for the basic uses for the filtering conditions for order by and union all operator to including in all rows. Okay, I hope you enjoy in this session and perfectly create for your PostgreSQL or the database operations. So thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to another tutorial. So in this session I'm create for the PostgreSQL is a group by clause. Okay, so in the Alias the power of the data aggregation, so now export the group by clause to in the PostgreSQL, a key tool for grouping rows based on common attributes and performing aggregations. Okay, so first of all in this group by clause is organized and aggregated data, and X is started by understanding the basic syntax and includable values, so it's being two queries. Okay, so first of all kit is the basic group by clause. Okay, so now I'm just open for the pgAdmin info, and then first of all type is the select, and also type for the department ID. Okay, and then use for the average function Avg, and in this insert I'm just type for the salary. Okay, and now I'm just going here and also type for the as a function, and is for the average salary. Okay, average underscore salary. Okay, so now I'm going for the next line and then type for the table is employees. Okay, and now is for the group by method. Okay, say group by, and also type for the department ID. Okay, and then semicolon. So here, first of all, I'm use the group by clause to group row from the employees table based on the department ID. So we then calculate the average salary for each department. Okay, so now just select in this data and execute. So here perfectly open for the department ID and salary range. Okay, so this is the output. So here I'm just create for the unleashing the power of the data aggregation. So next step I create for the group by clause with the multiple columns. Okay, so the group by is become more versatile when you can group by multiple columns. So let's see how to do that. Okay, so I'm going for in this code inside. So previously I'm referring for only the department ID and the average salary. Okay, so now I'm used for the another column. So just type for the department name. Okay, and then is for the average salary, and then is the as it. Okay, so I'm going for here and just add for the another column name for the department. Okay, so department name. Okay, so here in this completed created this code, and here I'm again use for the group by clause with the multiple columns and create for the firstly the department ID and the department name. Okay, so now I'm selecting this data and then execute it. Okay, so here is perfectly open for the firstly open for department ID, then department name and the average salary. Okay, so this is the output. So it allows us to calculate the average salary for its unique combination of the department and the department name. Okay, so a perfectly two step created, and the next step I'm also use for the group by with aggregate functions. Okay, so in this group by is often paired with aggregate function for is the most powerful data analysis. So explore for some common aggregate functions. Okay, so I'm going for here, then a first lead type. So here I'm just remove for this the department name. Okay, so the arm use for in this the department ID and also use for the count function, and in this insert I'm just type for the employee ID. Okay, employee underscore ID. Okay, so an I'm used for the as a function. Okay, so in this average now I'm remove. So now I'm just type for the as function and then I type for the total underscore employee. Okay, read for the employees and then comma. So I'm going for again created here. I'm now use for the maximum salary. So just time type here is the max function, and this insert I'm just type for the salary, and also use for in this the as function for create the maximum salary. So now I'm just remove for the average in this insert for the maximum underscore salary. Okay, so now I'm going for here. Okay, and then the table is the employee, and then now I'm remove for the department name. Okay, so first of all here I'm use firstly the group by clause with the aggregate function, and also use for the count and maximum function. Okay, so now we're counting the total employees and finding the maximum salary for each department. Okay, so now I'm selecting this data and then execute it. So here perfectly open, firstly open the department ID 4935, and the total employee for is 11, and the maximum salary is this one. Okay, so this is my table, all information. Okay, so I hope in this session I'm almost completed. So now I'm creating perfectly guide to unleashing the power of data aggregation with the group by clause in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so now I'm just to cover firstly the basic uses, and also uses for the grouping by multiple columns, and also use for the aggregate function created. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching for the PostgreSQL or the database operations. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session. So thank you for watching and happy coding, and see you in the next tutorials. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So in this session I'm creating for the Postgre for the having is across the filtering aggregate data with the precision. Okay, so it is the most powerful tool for the filtering aggregate data based on a specific condition. Okay, so now from basic syntax to real world applications, so let's dip into the world of having. So let's get started. So first of all, having clause is your precision instrument for filtering the aggregate data. So let's start by understanding the basic syntax and the incredible value it brings to your queries. Okay, so first of all, I'm creating the basic having clause. Okay, so now first I'm type the select, and then type the department ID. Okay, and now I'm using the average function inside the type the salary. Okay, and I'm now use the as function, so type the average salary. Okay, so now this created, and then select for the table. So now I'm use the table is the employees. Okay, the employees, and now I'm using for the group by method, group by. So now I'm using for the group by is the column name for the department ID. Okay, and now I'm using the having or the average function inside create the salary range is the type is type the is greater than 4000. Okay, then semicolon. So now firstly I'm using the having clause to filter aggregate data, and we are selecting for the department for the IDs and average salaries, but only for the departments where the average salary is greater than 40,000. Okay, so now I'm selecting this data and execute it. So here perfectly open for the two rows is 50,000 and 60,000 output. Okay, so in this step I'm completed, and then going for the next step and create having clause with the count. Okay, so having clause can be applied to a various aggregate function. So let's create it. So first of all, I'm use here is the greater than 40,000. So now I'm use here this type for the count. Okay, so first of all I'm type the count, and then here I'm type the employee ID. Okay, employee underscore ID, and use for the total employee. Okay, so I'm remove for the average salary, and then type the total underscore employees. Okay, So in this line completed, and then from the table is the same, and they group by data for same, and now I'm going for here and just change it. So first of all, I've typed the count, and then type for the employee ID, employee underscore ID, and now I'm creating for the total 3 row. Okay, so just 3, and here I'm first use the having clause with the count function. We're selecting the department ID and the total number of the employees, but on the department where the employee count is greater than 3. Okay, so now I'm just selecting this data and then execute. So here is 3 is not, so now I'm just type is less than use. Okay, so here is then select. So here open for the 3 table is a 3 row is sorted. Okay, so here the employee ID, the total employee. Okay, so in this search is completed, and then going for here, and I'm create for the having clause with the maximum value inserted. Okay, so now created, and I'm going for here in this code again, and then type I'm use falsely the maximum, and then parenthesis inside type the salary. Okay, maximum salary, and I'm just type the maximum underscore salary. Okay, and this is as it, and then here I'm just to change. So now I'm using for the maximum, and then type here the salary. Okay, so first of all, the type is the salary. Okay, and then type for is the greater than. So first of all, now I'm type for the 50,000. Okay, and then created for in this data. So first of all, I'm using the having clause with the maximum function where they're selecting the department ID and the maximum salaries. So, but only for the department where the maximum salary is greater than 50,000. Okay, so now I'm still selecting this data and then execute it. So here's perfectly open for is the one row is a 60,000, the maximum salary. Okay, so in this step is already completed, and then going for the next step, I'm create for the having clause with the sum function. Okay, so now let's explore for the having clause for is the conjunction with the sum function for a deeper understanding. So I'm going for here, and this in this same is for as it simply change for almost in this code for same. Okay, so type for the sum function, and in this type for the total salary. Okay, total underscore salary, and the from table is as it and group by as it, and then here use for the having the sub functions. Okay, and insert in this. So now I'm just type the 40,000, and here I'm use the having clause with the sum function, and we're selecting for the department ID and the total salary, but only for the department where the total salary is the greater than 40,000. Okay, so now then selecting in this data and then execute it. So here is a pen for the total salary, the 50,000 and the 60,000. Okay, so in this created for the perfectly, in this the 4th step I'm completely created, and I hope I'm complete for in this session and perfectly create and guide the filtering segregate data with the precision using the having clause in the PostgreSQL. Okay, so perfectly covered for in this session. Firstly, create the basic uses having create the having with the count, maximum, and the sum for a comprehensive understanding. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session and perfectly create for the PostgreSQL or your database operation. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy querying for filtering, and see you in the next session. Okay. Cool, welcome back to this other tutorial. So in this session, I'm creating for the PostgreSQL is the exist operator. Okay, so it's a potentially important tool for the existence check that can greatly enhance your queries. So from basic syntax to real world applications created. So the exist operators is your code detected to extend check in the database. So let's start by understanding for the basic syntax and create for the incredible value. Okay, so now I'm going for here in the pgAdmin for the PostgreSQL admin. So first of all, here I'm just type the select and then type for suppose the employee ID. Okay, and I'm also use for the employee name. Okay, so now I'm going for next line and type for the from is employee. Okay, employees. So now I'm using for the exist operator. So first of all, I'm typing where and then exist. Okay, so just and then I'll first type the parentheses, and in this parentheses inside I'm create a now code. Okay, so here going. So first of all, I'm type is the select for one, and then type is the from. Okay, from the new table for the. Okay, so use for here, and just this table now is refreshed. Okay, so is falsely the employee project table. Okay, so now a type is the employee underscore projects. Okay, now I'm going for the next line and then type again for the where, and now use the employee project. Okay, so I'm just copy this data and paste for here. Okay, and then create for dot the employee underscore ID. Okay, so is equal. Just type for the other table is the name is employees dot the employee ID. Okay, so now this code is created completely. Okay, so first of all, I'm using the exist operator to check if there are any project associated with is for the employee, and we are selecting the employee IDs and the names only for the employees who have the project. Okay, so now I'm just to take it in this data. So and I'm just select in this data and execute. So here is perfectly open for the my table. So first of all, publicly print for the employee ID and then employee and name. Okay, so this is the output. So next session I'm create for the exist with the correlated subquery. Okay, so I'm going for here and then falsely previously used in this code. For example, now I'm create for the correlated subqueries and exist to make a dynamic. So let's explore how to use them together. Okay, so here in this this code use first of all type the select one and then employ the project. So then use for the employee ID, and now I'm use for the and operator use. So and then type for the employee projects dot use the project status. Okay, project underscore status is equal. Now I'm type the single quotation and then type for the active. Okay, so now here I'm just only use for the enhance our existence take by adding a condition with the correlated subquery we're selecting for the employee's ID and the names only for the employee who have active project. Okay, so now I'm again select in this data and then execute it. So here in this employee status does not work. Okay, so I'm just open. Okay, so next table, I'm just open for my table. Okay, so paste and then select in this data and execute it. So here is perfectly show for the employee status. Okay, mistakenly so here I'm just type for the employee. Okay, employee then underscore status. Okay, so I'm again take this data and then execute. So you're perfectly sure for the employee here in this employee status. For the active use status. Okay, so here falsely employee ID, employee name, project type, and then employee status. Okay, so only here I'm just a type for this one, but my table is already still for the employee status is active, but here is not. Okay, so is a whatever. So I'm going for the next step. So the use for the exist with the not operator. Okay, so in the station for the not operator is operator can further refine your existing tag. So let's see how it's used. Okay, so I'm used for the same code. So now I'm used. So first of all, in this I'm falsely used here where the not exists. Okay, so now here's the not operator for the not exist and then type for the employee project, and now in this end operation I'm just remove. Okay, so this data I'm used. So first of all I'm use the not operator here, and we exist to find the employee who do not have any project. We're selecting employees ID name only for their employees with no associated project. Okay, so I'm just selecting this data and then execute. So here is open for the table is the employee ID and the employee name. Okay, so perfectly in this column is inserted. So next step I'm going for the create for the exist with multiple conditions. Okay, so let's explore how exist can handle for the multiple conditions for more in create existence. Okay, so I'm going for here and then falsely print for the employee ID and then employee name for the employee name. Okay, so now I'm doing for in this the not operator. Okay, so here select for one, then employee project and also where the employee project dot employee ID and employee name for the employee ID. Okay, so next then I'm type for use the and operation, and here I'm use the employee. Okay, so I'm just remove this, paste for the employee project dot, then also type for employee status. Okay, status is equal just type the active. Okay, and then again type. So here in this line just a copy and paste for the next line. Okay, so here I'm just paste, and here now I'm use for the employee project. So just type for the project type. Okay, project underscore type. So now I'm use for the project type is the development. Okay, development. So I'm again take for my table. So here in this project type for the development, okay. So I'm going for here development, and this, okay. So now code are created. So here I'm just only use the exit with the multiple condition in the correlated subqueries. So you're selecting employees ID, the name only for the employee who have active development project, okay. So now first of all I'm selecting in this data and then execute. So here the successfully run, so perfectly open for the own employee. So the employee ID is 1 and the employee name is the Smith, is working for the development department, okay. So I'm perfectly complete, and it's a quicker to unrevealing the power of existence take with the exit operator in the PostgreSQL, okay. So I hope you enjoy in the session and create for the PostgreSQL or database operation, okay. So thank you for watching and happy existing taking, and see you in the next session. So thank you for watching. Hello, we will come back to today's and the tutorial. So in this session I'm create for the PostgreSQL for any operator. So unleashing the power of the set comparison. So a PostgreSQL for any operator is a tool for comparing values within the set, okay. So the any operator is a key to same data for set company comparison is a PostgreSQL. And let's start by understanding the basic syntax and create the incredible value for your data queries, okay. So first of all I'm create for the basic any operator. So first type the select, okay, and then type for the employee ID, and also type for the employee name, okay. So first line is completed, and then select from the table is employees, okay. So now I'm just type for the words and use the salary columns, and now I'm type for is get greater than, now use for the any operator, and now I'm type the select, okay, and then type the salary and use the from the table is use for the new table for the benchmark salaries, okay. So I'm just type is the is benchmark underscore seller is the salaries, okay. So I'm just okay, so complete in this. So I'm just create the complete for the semicolon, okay. So first of all I'm use the any operator to compare the salaries. So let's selecting employees IDs and names only for the employees whose salary is greater than, and any salary is benchmark set, okay. So I'm just take it, so I'm falsely select in this data and execute. So here is open only for the employee ID, okay. So sign is changed. So now again select in this data. So he's perfectly sure for the table the employee ID and the employee name, okay. So this employee table salary range inserted for the previous tutorial created. The salary is something is 60,000, 50,000, and 40,000. But in this benchmark salaries table inserted the high salaries is the 70,000. So because here in this first step I'm just assign change and complete and show for the output, okay. So next one I'm create for any with the subqueries, okay. So any is often paired with the subqueries for the dynamic comparison. So let's explore how it use the subqueries, okay. So I'm use for the same data. So first of all type the salary for the salary, and then type use the okay. So now going for here, okay. So now firstly type the salary, and the table is from bench, is the benchmark salaries, and then I'll use okay. So here firstly I'm type the where the department ID is equal, the table is employees dot the department ID. Okay, so now this table data completed. So here I'm just use and we enhance companies by comparison by using a subquery with any operator. So let's selecting for the employee ID and names only for the employees whose salary is greater than for any salary benchmark set with the same department. Okay, so now I'm just select and then execute it. So here's open for the employee ID is 3, and then employee name is Williams, is the same department step bug. Okay, so in this step is completed. So next one I'm creating for the any with the multiple conditions. Okay, so I'm use for this data. Okay, so I'm just for some queries add. Okay, so here in this uses so I'm just sign change. Okay, you take it from the benchmark salary, the department, and then department ID, and I'm also use for the and operator, and then type for the job title. Okay, so the job title is equal then marketing. Okay, the marketing, and then completed. So here I'm just use any operator with a subquery containing for the multiple conditions. Okay, so now selecting in this data and execute it. So here is open for only column because I'm selling change. So high salary uses for the benchmark salaries, but employees table use the low salary. So I'm just sign change, and then again select in this data and then execute. So here is open for the marketing. So I'm just change for the department. Okay, so here I'm use for the development department. Okay, here's the development, and then again select in this data and execute it. So here is open for the output is 3, and I'm just taking it my table all information. So now I'm just select in this table name for the benchmark salaries and just copy, and then going for here and just change. Okay, so just paste this data, and then select for is data and then execute it. So perfectly show for the my table information. So the job title and the salary is 50,000, 70,000, and 40,000. Okay, so this is the output. So here is the developer whose salary is greater than for any salary in the benchmark within the same department. Okay, and again I'm changing for the another department. Okay, so I'm going. So I'm just open for the new query. Okay, so okay, so here and open for the query tools. So first of all, I'm select in this data and going for the next line, and here I'm just type for the employees. Okay, employees, and then select and then execute it. So here's just a salary range. This is okay. So it's basically perfectly you see for high salary range for the in the benchmark salary table. Okay. So I hope you're understanding in the session and is unleashing the power of the set is compressing with the AND operator in PostgreSQL. So I'm covered for the basic uses and with the subqueries handling for and also using it with multiple conditions for the pre-sales set. Okay. So I hope you enjoy in this session perfectly create for PostgreSQL or the database operations. So thank you for watching and happy querying. Hello everyone, come back to today's another tutorial. So this tutorial created for the PostgreSQL for the all operator is a comprehensive set comparison. So now as well explore for the all operator is a PostgreSQL is a robust tool for the performing comprehensive set comparison. Okay. So the all operator is a key to throw the set comparison in the PostgreSQL. So let's start by understanding for the basic syntax and create for the incredible values it brings in your queries. Okay, so I'm going for here and first of all type the select and also type the employee ID and then type for the employee name. Okay, and next line I'm type for from the table is employees, and then I'm use the where statement for the salary and is less than use for the all operator and then type the select from salary. Then again type is from the salary is benchmark salaries. Okay, so now the semicolon. So now here we use for all operator to compare salaries. We are selecting for employees ID and names only for employees whose salary is greater than is less than all salaries at the benchmark set. Okay, so first of all select this data and execute. Okay, so here is a show for all tables data for the Smith, Johansson and Williams. Okay, so now I'm just changing it for in this sign then type for greater than show for the output. Okay, so here's only the column printed. Okay, so I'm just change and then type for the greater than and then again execute. So append for this table. So next step I'm creating for the all with subqueries. Okay, so now let's start it. So previous example just show for the all tables information for only the employee ID and employee's name. Okay, so now I'm use again this table, so salary, and then going for the next line and use for the select at the salary and from the benchmark. So here I'm just add for the another column. Okay, so I'm going over here and then type for where. Okay, and then also type for the department ID is equal the table is employees dot department ID. Okay, so now first of all in this session for we are enhance our comprehension by using a subquery. With the all operator, we are selecting employees ID and names only for the employees whose salary is greater than or less than all salaries in the benchmark set in the same department. Okay, so now first of all I'm selecting in this data and then execute it. So here is a print for and this only print for the employee ID and employee name. Okay, so this is the same output printed because I'm used for the employees and there's a benchmark table inserted for that same data. Okay, so now I'm lost one create for the all with the array values. Okay, so all is not limited to subqueries. It can also handle for array for more flexibility. Okay, so first of all, I'm create select for the employee ID, the employee name, and the table for the employees. So here I'll remove for this. So first of all, I'm type the department underscore ID and use for the all operator. Okay, so first of all, here I'm type the equal sign and this insert. I'll create for the parenthesis and parenthesis insert. I'm type the array. Okay, array, and then I'm insert for the array value is the 10, 20, and 30. Okay, and let's type the semicolon. Okay, it's a simple program. So now I'm use only all operator with an array of a department for IDs for selecting employees ID. The name only for the employees is a department 10, 20, and 30. Okay, so now select this output and show for the results. So here is print for the only columns. So because here the department ID is not inserted here, so here I'm just change for is 1 and 2 and 3. Okay, so I'm again check this and select. So here this. So first of all, I'm type the employees department. So I'm just open for the employees table. Okay, so here open for 3 and 5. Okay, so I'm just type for, just take it 3, 9, and then 5. So now select this data is working. Okay, so here is show for only the table name, but this array is not here direct inserted. Okay, so I'm just select for the employee's ID and employee name and perfectly show add for 2 column in this data perfectly successful. Okay, so in this session I'm perfectly create and exploring and understanding and discuss for the state comparison with the all operator in PostgreSQL. So in this tutorial, covered basically first covered the basic uses and all with the subqueries, and also use for the handling arrays values for in this session. So I hope you enjoy in this session and completely create for the database operation. So thank you for watching and happy set comparison, and see you in the next session. Okay, so thank you for watching. Hello everyone, welcome back to today's another tutorial. So the session I'm creating for the PostgreSQL for the case expression. Okay, so the unleashing the part of the conditional logic. So the PostgreSQL is the case expression versatile tool for the applying conditional logic, peer queries from the basic syntax and real world applications. So let's dive into the world of for the case. Okay, so the case expression is a go-to tool for applying condition logic within the queries. So let's start on an understanding properly create for the basic syntax for case expressions. Okay, so now first of all I'm type the select. Okay, and then next line I'm just type for the employee ID. Okay, employee underscore ID. Now I'm create for the another column name for the employee underscore name. Okay, so now I'm declare for the 2 columns names. Okay, and then I'm use for the case expression, then going for the next line, and then I'm type for the when. Okay, for the salary is greater than 50,000, and then the result show for the high salary. Okay, then single quotation insert I'm create for the high salary. Okay, so now this false condition is created, and then going for the next line, and I'm just copy this code, okay, then data, and then paste for the next line. Okay, so here use for the again for is freeing is 30,000. Okay, so this created, and now in this tweet statement is not working, so its code is going to for the else statement create, and now is a statement inside result show for the low salary. Okay, so now this created, and then I'm going for is lost line. So here I'm type for the end as a function. So now I'm type for the is salary underscore for the category. Okay, the category, and then I'm use from the table name. So now I'm use for the table for employee tables. Okay, so now in this table all data created. So now I'm just in this code explanation. So first of all, I'm use the case expression, and to categorize the employees based on their salary, and we are selecting for the employee's ID and the employee name, and a new column for the salary category, which to determine using the conditional logic. Okay, so now I'm selecting in this data and then take it. So now I'm just type create executed. So properly show for the output falsely printed employee ID, and then it print for the employee name, and then salary is the high salary. Okay, so perfectly false step completed. Okay, so next one I'm create for the case expression with aggregate a function. Okay, so the case expression can also be combined with the aggregate function for more advanced calculations. So let's see how it works. Okay, so I'm going for here, and then I'm the change. So now I'm only use for the department ID. Okay, department underscore ID. Okay, so I'm just space remove. Okay, so same as this. Okay, so it's okay. See here, and in this, first of all, I'm going for here, and then in this now I'm type for the Avg for the average, and create the parentheses, and now there here this is statement for then the salary. Okay, so in this high salary first time I'm remove, and then type for the salary had used for the else for null, and okay, so here is the null, and then I'm closing for the parentheses, and in this outside I'm also use for the as for Avg underscore the high underscore salary. Okay, and then create the comma. So I'm going for in this code false created, again once column created. So now I'm just type for the Avg is the average sign, and now I'm type for the case. Okay, and here I'm just in this space remove, and then going for here. Okay, so now I'm type for the parentheses. Okay, so in this first line is completed, and then the second line is uses for is greater than, and now I'm using for the not greater than. So here I'm use the salary of for the 50,000 and then use. So now I'm just copy in this all data here in this line. Just copy and paste for this line. Okay. So now I'm just simply add it. So now I'm use here for the low salary. Okay, so I'm just type for the low is low and then complete for the salary. Okay, so now this completed and then going for here in this code inside again. Okay, so now in this else just remove. Okay, so I'm going for here in this at the end of a salary this remove. So now just space remove. So here I'm just type for the employees and also type for the group by method. Okay, group by and then type for the department ID. Okay, so now create semicolon. So in this program, okay, is the employees. So first of all, in this code, use the case expression with the aggregate function and to calculate the average salary for high and low salary categories within each department. Okay, so now I'm just select in this data and then execute. So here in this they will salary when the salary is null. So first of all, here is not declared in this end for the S salary. Okay, so this statement. Okay, so I'm just change it. So here I'm just type for 40 and then type this one is the 50. Okay, so again take it. So the average case. So I'm again take for and this out in this data. So now execute and then okay, perfectly printed for the output. So here in this print firstly the department ID and the high average high salary and the average and the low salary. Okay, so this is the output. So in this second step I'm completed. Then I'm going for the third step, create for the case expression in update statement. Okay, so first of all I'm going for this code inside. So now remove this data. Okay, so now first time type is the update for the table is employees, and then next line I'm just type for set and now type is bonus. Okay, and is equal use the case. Okay, so now I'm just type for the when the salary is greater than for the range is 50,000. So then is 100 is 1,000 is increment. Okay, so next one I'm again type for is when the salary is greater than 30,000, then add for the amount for is the 5,500. So now then again type for else statement for is count at the 0. Okay, so now I'm just in this program in function created. So and then semicolon. Okay, so first of all in this exam use the case expression with an update statement to assign bonus based on the employee salary. So this is a powerful way to apply the conditional update. Okay, so now select this data and then execute it. So here in this bonus the relation employees does not exist, but okay, So I'm just change for in this assign and then again take. Okay, so here I'm just select and execute it. So in this bonus, I'm here. Okay, I'm not declare for the bonus, so here is not show for the output. Okay, so here I'm just bonus is change. So now I'm type in this the state operation the same use the salary range. Okay, so now I'm type for the salary. Okay, and then again for in this data take. So here in this the query returned successfully. Okay, so it's perfectly success in this operation. So now I'm open for is the query new tab is a new tool. So here I'm just open for my table. So first of all, I'm just type the select and then type for star and then use the from and the table is the employee. Okay, and the semicolon. So in this data is created and then I'm select and execute it. So here's in perfectly open for this data and the salary is 100 is the increment for in the is a total row inside. Okay, so I'm perfectly created in this step and here is add for the 100 salary is increment for the table all data. Okay, so I'm perfectly in this session completed, and it's a quick guide to unleashing the power of the conditional logic with the case expression in the PostgreSQL. So here covered for the basic uses, combining it with the aggregation function and also create for the update statement for the dynamic update. Okay, so I hope you enjoy in this session and perfectly complete for the PostgreSQL or the database operation. Okay, so thank you for watching and happy querying.